Hey, everybody! Welcome back. It's another Westerosi weekend, another Sea of Spears Sunday, another Nymerian Nun Day. Anyways, what's going on is that we're back. And we know it's been a little rocky of late between uh, people on vacations and people that are feeling good and all kinds of stuff. But guess what? The gang's all here. Or rather, the family. The family's all here. We are back and we are ready to pick up right where we left off. If anyone remembers right where we left off.
Yeah, we were
Uh,
we were playing this game before we started where we were like, so
like, exactly where was the
what
thing?
are you looking for?
So we left off with the uh, bit of a dramatic reveal of where you lot were headed next, and that is across the narrow sea. Because you have learned that the missing book from Jothos Velaryon's stuff, the book that actually says where the dragon's hoard is. That book is in the possession of an exiled knight that was assisting him uh, during the end of Robert's rebellion and the secreting away of the dragon's hoard. Uh, and it's that book for the year 281 that's missing from this set of journals. And you've heard who very probably has it, and it is Sir Jon Connington, who is the uncle to Red Ronnet Connington, and the reason for the downfall of House Connington. This is why Red Ronnet is a Sir and lost a lot of his lands is that Jon Connington was a Targaryen loyalist, so Robert was mad at him, but he failed, so Eris exiled him. So he was very close friends with Rhaegar. He was temporarily Hand of the King to Mad King Eris. Eris went through a lot of hands um,
I wonder why.
during the war. Yeah, and when Jon Connington lost a battle, Eris exiled him. So as a result, kind of both sides were shitting on House Connington for a bit, and they went from being lords to just landed knights. They lost a bunch of their land uh, I mean, some of it House Baratheon themselves just took after Robert won the war and stuff like that. And it's also partially because like they were lacking representation in like the negotiations after the fact, right? After every big war in Westeros, people sit down and decide where the maps are going to move, and that's how you guys lost one of your banner houses, um, because you were loyal to the Targaryens and the Ironwoods weren't. So the Ironwoods were kind of rewarded for being disloyal to House Martell, and right, so that stuff happens. But House Connington was kind of leaderless during that because it was just this boy nephew, Red Ronnet. And that's part of why Red Ronnet Connington is so loyal to Renly now, is that the friendship of the Lord of the Stormlands after the house had been kind of broken this way, like it's a big deal. And it's one of the reasons that Renly is kind of beloved, is that he hasn't judged Red Ronnet on the sins of Jon Connington or whatever. So Jon Connington is kind of a larger than life figure in a tragic way in Stormlands lore in particular. Um, and yeah, he's the guy that's got the book. He's the guy that apparently assisted in your uncle Jothos Velaryon's um, schemes to spirit away the dragon's hoard, and also some kid who stole, I don't know, some little slave
Some
girl or
kid
something.
Who
When
knows?
yeah,
lost in the
um,
midst of time.
yeah. So yeah, that was where we left off. Was at Storm's End after you guys were able to confirm that Lady Olenna was okay, and you learned about a new betrothal, um, which was kind of fun. You've now got um, poor, overwhelmed Sir Parman Crane is now lashed by betrothal to the buxom and flirtatious Miranda Royce,
She's gonna
who
snap
is
him in half like a
yeah.
twink.
So
Yeah.
Like a Slim Jim.
Snap
She's
it.
gonna
So
snap into him like a Slim Jim.
yeah.
Oh, we
So
don't
yeah,
have those here, so
that was a successful and timely trip. But now Miranda Royce, Albar Royce, and her friend Maya Stone are kind of stuck outside of the Vale because the Vale has gone into super mega paranoid lockdown after John Aaron was killed by Robert Baratheon. So they're not like on the run or anything. It's just that like they know that the Lady of the Vale has said they're not opening shit for anybody. So they're just like, all right, I guess we're just gonna kind of hang out with these nobles. And the Lady Olenna, of course, was taking shelter in Storm's End when the news broke about the sudden loss of the king and the hand of the king and all this potential for chaos, which you guys might have noticed. There was a bit of a power move against your house not too long ago, perhaps
I noticed
spurred
a little bit.
on by the lawlessness that comes in the wake of a king's death. So yeah, you guys, I think one or two of you were, got woken up in the middle of the night. So
It's a little bit eventful.
yeah, so things are going on, and what is going on now is that you lot are crossing the narrow sea and are on your way to Essos, where you are going to specifically go to Pentos, is where you're sailing first, where you will be linking up with Illyrio Mopatis, the magister or a magister of Pentos, who you already had the pleasure of meeting in the very first arc, uh, when the prequel arc started 3 years ago uh, in King's Landing, and that very first tourney, you were all kind of pulled under the silken and perfumed wing of Illyrio Mopatis, who wagered exorbitant sums of money with you all very carelessly, but who is now clearly visible as in cahoots with your grandfather, the Lord Makar, and the Lady, or the Queen of Thorns, Lady Olenna, and the Master of Whispers, Varys. So you suspect you were part of a money laundering scheme. At least that is
Certainly
probably
felt that way at the time.
yeah, that is at least clicked with Adam at this point. So well, if they're trying to secretly fund a war, I guess that's what could happen. So, but yeah, you were off to go meeting Illyrio Mopatis, who will get you up to date on confirmation of where Jon Connington can be found and how you can reach him. But first, you need to sail across the narrow sea. This is normally going short distance, not like starting in Dorne and going all the way north to Bravos. That doesn't quite count as across the narrow sea because you're also going the length of a fucking continent, right? But the fairly short crossing tends to be a 3 to 4 day trip, depending upon the winds. Um, so, as the captain of the vessel, Sir Lucaris, the beloved
Yeah.
apprentice
I've saw
to
like 4 times. I got this shit.
to Orain Waters. Are you going for speed here, or what's your? Are you wanting to arrive at a certain time of the day and like pace the trip that way, or are you just going shortest distance? What'll get me there fastest? What's your priority?
I think go shortest distance is the way I'm going, just to get there as quickly as possible. If there's any hazards I am aware of or become aware of, I'll try to go around,
Sure,
sacrificing a little bit of speed for that. But other than that, just making
right,
it simple.
right.
I've only done this a few
No,
times, so
yep, and no particular plan of arrival or a circuitous route or no duplicity. Just hey, we're in a hurry. Got it.
um, I don't have any plan for that. If anybody would like to propose such an idea, they are free to, of course.
Um, I just want to get there with as little fuss as possible.
But do you want to avoid imperial entanglements, or
I do want to avoid imperial entanglements, actually.
Yeah,
That's fussier.
I mean,
Uh,
I kind of I the player don't have like a great deal of knowledge of like what we should be doing strategically. Adam might know, and the one thing that has kind of sprung into mind there is we might want to avoid being spotted by any royal ships.
and that
Uh,
should be fine. It's not a major alteration. It just means kind of going east before you go north a little, so you're kind of avoiding the direct area around King's Landing.
Yeah,
It shouldn't be a. It's not a major modification
yeah,
there.
that's the one
In
thing I would
terms,
think of is to give King's Landing a wide berth.
yeah, um,
okay.
and that's not a major mod. So, um, all right then, Luke Harris, what do you think is an appropriate role for captaining your vessel? How are
Mm,
you leading your crew?
well, in a way, it's like fighting the elements, so that should count. And what is a sail but a spear with a rope on it?
All right, so Luke has no idea what he's doing. You are
No,
all dead. You,
doesn't look that way.
uh,
also, a quick note: while Robert's scouring his sheet to try and find something to roll, because it should probably be something kind of leadershipy, or it could be Will because Will is used to coordinate people. I'd say either of those. Uh, who else are you guys bringing? Like, it's the
oh
Nigerian
yeah, excellent
sibling.
question.
Who else left Storm's End with you? It's you basically have your pick of your NPCs. Like, I'm assuming Maester Ferris is coming along,
Yes.
Yeah.
but that was an assumption on my part. I shouldn't have.
Oris.
No,
Uh,
you're absolutely right. We need someone with healing abilities at the very least, and he's
uh,
also like very helpful for the decoding rules.
Um,
so
Oris is coming
Oris
with
is coming
us.
with you, Ferris.
Um,
Like you could, there's an
Well,
assortment of
Felicia
knights
said
in
Oris.
Storm's End that you guys know, and the folks that were traveling with the Lady Elena potentially. So, like, if you really wanted Albar Royce or
do
Yeah,
Parman
any of these
Cray, or
people are any of these people like were they friends with
with Jon
John?
Connington,
Griff?
um, you there's a bit of a generation gap there.
Yeah.
Um, so like because most of Renly and younger are uh a different they were kids during all this. Um, there is Sir Courtney Penrose, who is
Oh
the
yeah.
Castellan of Storm's End, and he is of an age with that lot, and seems to have gotten along with Connington fairly well. Um,
Well, I mean, Renly needs him here, doesn't he?
probably,
Because I know
uh,
Renly doesn't really run his own lands.
yeah, not a lot. Uh,
Penrose kind of does all that for him.
because he sees to the day of the castle in a lot of ways.
It won't
But
hurt to bring at least like half a dozen men at arms that we trust just to watch the boat and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
there's
Right.
a
No
a
namers.
fair assumption of yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
And my sword is laid out recovering back home at Weaver's Rest because fucking cutthroats cut his
'cause he
throat.
because he got
They
his throat
did.
cut.
You know, which to be fair, that's what their job was.
I'm not being fair today.
Am I right in
That's
thinking
good.
you said Oris as well? Is that right,
Uh,
Felicia?
what?
You asked for Oris as well, didn't you?
Yes, Oris.
And it's like this is not a there is no wrong answers to who you're bringing. I just occurred to me that we should know. So that's fine. If Oris and Ferris is it, you're traveling small, you're traveling kind of light and incognito.
Um,
Uh,
We should we should take Lady Olena and she can just cajole anyone into
I
doing
all
have
of
something.
change her
I don't think
title
what
to
she
the
does is
Queen of
cajole. She
Queen of Essos.
browbeats.
I
So
have
just
one. Yeah, I have one more question. Why don't we see if anybody here assembled has any experience in Pentos?
yeah, see if we can get. I mean, if someone wants to, yeah, like see if someone is
Has
eager
anyone
to
been
come.
there?
I mean,
None
it's
of
not
the
impossible, but it's
a lot of eyes turn to Varys, and Varys just gives an innocent shrug. I think I'll stay in Westeros. I have chosen my side, and I will remain here until I must leave,
Absolutely.
rather than can leave. And he
Absolutely.
says it all in that mild, even tone
Mm.
that is hiding no, I decide where
No,
I'm
I'm not going
going
back there.
until it's time. Uh, So, yeah, nobody
Okay.
of particular note. You could, again, a handful of men at arms and stuff to help with the sailing and keeping an eye on the ship. Some of them have probably done trade trips across the sea before because you guys do have a lot of associate trade. And so,
Mhm.
you can get some guys that speak an extra language or two and,
Okay.
aren't
Yeah,
gonna, yeah,
among the men we take, we'll fight rice and stuff like that. But it sounds like there's nobody who's like an expert in the city we can grab.
no particular
Okay.
experts at
Other
hand.
than, I guess, Varys is the one.
Yeah.
I mean, I get
And
that.
Varys is like, I'm sending you to my Pentos expert, Magister of Pentos. So,
Uh,
like, that's taken care of. Yeah.
And
So,
I
all
mean,
right.
if we're not bringing Sir Courtney, I would at least like to ask him for some advice about how how he
About,
would recommend we approach
uh,
Connington when we meet him.
sure. And we could do, like, this is almost a little flashback as you guys are sailing. We're not, it's not like major retcon stuff or whatever. But he says, he gets this kind of faraway look that veterans sometimes get. And you guys all know that 20 years from now, if somebody were to ask you, uh, about some of the people that you fought alongside in the War of the Vulture King, you would probably get a similar faraway look, right? And you're like, okay, I'm trying to remember details of like awful stuff, but also glorious stuff that I'm supposed to love. And it's 20 years ago, and after a while, the campaigns bleed together. But what we've
Yeah,
got is he remembers him as a good commander and fighter. He was uh, Penrose uses the phrase "everything a Stormlander should be," and that he was bold and reckless and proud and the just kind of brassy Stormlander, uh, swagger and confidence and bravery. And he was ill suited to be hand except for in time of war. And unfortunately, he was in a time of war against Robert Baratheon.
mm,
He may have been remembered as one of the greatest commanders in Westeros, if only he had
he hadn't
not
had to go.
been leading an army against Robert Baratheon.
Yeah.
well,
So he says he was, it was again, he's taken on this kind of tragic air in Stormlander lore and mythology in a way. We love movies about doomed samurai, right? That follow a lord that they shouldn't, but that's part of the samurai ideal, and it's kind of that vibe with him,
okay,
in that he was loyal to his friend, the Prince Rhaegar, and in a way, Stormlanders secretly respect that loyalty more than the loyalty to your liege lord. It kind
yeah,
of excuses that in a way, and he
mm,
wasn't the only Stormlander that fought against Robert. Right,
Right.
Robert had to put down about half the lords of the Stormland and then pick them back up. So, like, he's just kind of taken on this larger than life, tragic figure, um, among Stormlanders. So, but he
yeah.
said
Okay,
sounds like he was a pretty good dude. That your best bet is probably speaking to him earnestly.
right.
But Penrose does then just say, "But this was also the man I knew 20 years ago, and
Mm,
who knows what
Yeah.
time in exile and beneath the sun in Essos has done to him. So who knows? 20 years living as a sellsword is probably going to change somebody unless they're really dead set in who they are.
the insight's appreciated anyway.
Uh, so while sailing, Luke has decided to roll.
I'm deciding to roll endurance. I'm going to run around a lot, doing everything myself and teaching the men we brought.
Okay,
Ah.
I'll take it.
Ah,
This time.
yes.
Because it's a long distance sailing trip, you're not like, I grab an oar while we charge the enemy vessel. I roll endurance for sailing. But like for this one, you guys are, trying to cover a lot of sea in a short time.
And that was
We'll
a creative usage, really.
we'll allow it.
It's also not the best thing I could have made up. So probably that gives you a lot of points.
So while you are doing that, uh, get your dice ready, etc., etc. Ash, let's get your dice pool ready
Yeah.
to decipher some more, because the results of Robert's roll are going to determine how long you have to decipher. So you're up next.
Okay.
So Robert, sling them bones.
I slung them. I got a 13.
Okay. It is going to be, let's just split 3.5 days. So what we're gonna do is call that talking about an hour per page. Let's say 10 days, 20 hours, 60 hours. Okay. So Ash, let's go ahead and just roll once for the abstract of 3 days, solid.
Okay.
And then keep your dice handy, and we'll have you roll again for that half day and see how much you can cram in on that one. So it's cunning with your decipher specialty.
Yeah.
The red book gives you +3 bonus dice, which are rolled but not kept, right? It's there's the 3 bonus.
Yeah.
And then get a bonus die from Maester Ferris helping out.
That is everything. Okay. So yeah, okay, that's right. Rolling a lot, but not keeping. Oh, that's good. Okay. Well, I've got 3 sixes in there, so that's definitely like my
Nice.
baseline. I do have one other 6 though, and a 5. So
That's some pretty hot dice.
yeah. So I'm thinking maybe I should.
Sitting on the 18, what I would do is get you 6 pages for that roll.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to boost that to the 24, uh, I would be willing to round it up and get you 10 pages of journal for the whole 3.5 days.
That like I think. Does everyone else think that sounds like a good idea?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a destiny point that will cost me. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I will spend a destiny point to do that.
All right then. You get 10 pages to decipher of out of 35ish that are left. So it's a pretty chunky bit. Let's pick, or not 10 pages, but 10 years. And this is bypassing that 1 in 6 chance of it kind of being important, yada yada. Just flat out, you've got 10 years. So starting at 260 and ending in 295, because you guys already did 296. Pick some years. You got 260 to 295 for the most part. There's a couple
Okay,
in the middle.
and which one? We've already done
You already
260,
did
280.
you already did 282 and 296. So you've got
So one of those. Okay.
260 to 295 minus a couple in the middle.
Okay. We'll work backwards. So 295 to 285.
All right, 295. The general theme here is one of paranoia. You've got a notable passage of I still see spies everywhere. I've spent too long with Varys, too long away from the Red Keep, too long under the Dornish sun with the sea spray on my face, only when the wind blows it this far inland. I am a Velaryon, of the blood of old Valyria. I'm going mad in this hovel, or I've been mad all along, or I am simply lonely and melodramatic. Will and his bastard, visit from time to time, and those times I ache less. But still,
Aw.
but still.
Oh.
So, mix of paranoia and loneliness and cabin fever, sounds like. 294. Notable passage here is Sir Barristan the Bold continues to win tourneys. I know not how to feel. He was ever loyal to the crown, but now, to turn his white cloak for another, to let the Kingslayer sleep in the White Tower, what would the White Bull have said? Would Lewin Martell have sworn fealty to Robert had he lived? Would the Sword of the Morning have changed sides after a maester's kindness? Would any of them still be fighting but Sir Barristan? Would I still fight? Can I? So,
This
talking
year was
about
entitled Barristan Selmy is Bad, actually.
some prior generation stuff, wax a little poetic, but the nature of loyalty and honor and such.
Hmm.
We're gonna just keep going backwards.
Yeah, I mean, like, nothing's jumping out there at me as something to immediately run and tell everyone, so...
Alrighty. 293, reacting to news as it reached him. Jorah Mormont of Bear Island has been caught selling criminals. Varys and his little birds have picked up a whole bear and carried it to Essos. No doubt they will make use of him. And then the they is scratched out. No doubt we will make use of him.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, he's over there too.
Yeah. And we are on good terms with one of his relatives. Well, not just on good terms, I mean, like, she is literally sworn to us, I think.
Plus, out of character, we know.
Yes, she is currently seeing to the future of House Nymerian.
And out of
with
character, we know his type.
Moving on.
292. Word has reached me that John Aaron and Liza Tully have had a child. How wonderful! The usurper's mentor has his own son, at last, instead of seeing to a wolf pup and a stag and a stolen crown.
The hot takes.
So just
Damn.
a little bit bitter at the big news that year. Not doing so great. Been a while.
It takes a lot of anger to be mad at a baby. Like,
But he is managing it.
yeah, I a lot of appreciation for this.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so this makes us halfway there with 291. Paranoid, seeing spies everywhere. Every greeting from these Dornish peasants feels like a threat. Varys must be, still on our side. I would be dead by now if he were not. I know he is not the only one with agents, however. I know he is far from the only one with agents. So they'll stir crazy, a little worried, questioning Varys's loyalty, but reassuring himself because, like, he's not dead, and that's not nothing.
Hmm.
All right, backtrack another year. 290. Prince Tommen has been born. Another grand tourney, another grand feast, more debt for the Iron Throne. Woolly Will of the Bells visited again. The bastard boy is small, but he will grow. He must grow. The Brocket will be a stag before long, but then what? Will we simply feast on him?
Oof. Yeah.
Adam's like, in my fanfic.
They're called stag fix, and they're perfectly valid in media in genre.
Back to 289. The Princess Myrcella has been born.
Oh,
Balin
I love
Greyjoy.
this.
Balin Greyjoy took up the Driftwood crown and has declared the Iron Islands free. I know which of these excited Robert Baratheon more. Greyjoy's rebellion
Ooh.
burnt the Lannister fleet at anchor, but his son Roderick died to Jason Mallister, Lord of Seaguard. The royal fleets of Redwyne and Old Town, all of them, smashed the Iron Fleet in the Straits of Fair Isle. Robert himself led the charge at Pike. Greyjoy's boys done that. Greyjoy's boys died fighting. God, why did I write that sentence? Greyjoy's boys died fighting. The youngest made a ward of the wolf pup of the north. There can be no justice.
This is fascinating. Like the fact that I'm going backwards is actually making it more interesting. I'm like, oh wow, this is really there's foreshadowing.
All right, 288. Word reached me here on the coast of a new ship in the Royal Fleet. It has been named Lady Lyanna. I know not what Rhaegar did to that Stark girl, but I know, because of Sir Arthur Dayne's character, if nothing else, that he did not do what they say he did. But now, she is only a ship, where once she was an excuse.
Ooh.
Like I absolutely love the drama and theatricality of this. This is a man after
Also,
an art here.
sounds like he was a little bit of a shipper himself.
All right, we got two
Robert.
left.
Yes.
Sir Richard Horp has been overlooked for the Kingsguard. Does that make him a potential ally? How firm is his loyalty to Stannis? How firm is Stannis' loyalty to Robert? Dare I doubt a brother's love based only on ancient and half-remembered conversations about Stannis' scorn for Dragonstone? Why does my mind spin so with excitement when I hear of another man's rejection?
Interesting.
And you guys have heard that about Richard Hort before. He's
Yeah.
a pretty renowned fighter. He's
We've met a few times.
yeah, he's the one that killed your cousin, cousin
Yeah.
Will. So Baylor,
I mean, he didn't.
welcome.
I mean, he didn't kill him on purpose.
Yeah,
Like,
he just hits hard.
It was hard not to kill somebody in that fight. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
what? 3 people died? Might be more.
There's just two, right?
I mean, kettlebells don't really count as people.
Wow.
Kettle black.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, there was a kettle black and an ironwood, I believe, as well. Yeah, three people died out of 14.
Ironwood's okay as people either.
Next up, and finally, the year 286. Celebrating the birth of Prince Joffrey, everyone's favorite. That's the last one that you're able to decipher. So we have Prince.
That's fucking gang.
Prince Joffrey has been born. Word is that Robert missed it. He was on a hunt, to the surprise of none. Good. Let his own child not be the only one he overlooks. Will and his bastard Brocket made their escape. And not alone. Will's beard is awful but necessary. But awful. So this was about 5 years into Woolly Will growing out his hair and beard and trying his best to look like a shaggy hedge knight and all that stuff. Yeah. So there we go. Working your way backwards through the Tumblr page of Lord Jothos Velaryon.
So, have I counted wrong? Like, I thought it would
It was 295.
to 285.
Yeah.
You just did
286. Yeah, it's 286, 287, 288, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95.
I'm very confused, but never mind. We'll just move. They're like, 10 have been done. This fight.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I was counting wrong. Okay.
Because it was backwards.
The classic off by one mistake.
The intention was to like create an unbroken sort of through line.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So, actually, you know what? I'm going to give you this one as a bonus. You're going to get 285 as a bonus
Thank
you guys are pulling into Pentos because he's still it's running very short. You a glance at the last couple, they were very short and hasty. They're smaller journals. He's on the run. The big thing of note in the year 285 is a little bird tells me JC is thoroughly invested in E with the GC. All must be well.
Okay, Essos going
So,
to come.
because you were on the verge of learning where to go next, as you're pulling into where to go next, yes, he was
Ah!
informed by Varys' spy network that Jon Connington is with the Golden Company in Essos,
Oh, you're
uh,
such an ass.
and this is 3 or 4 years after the end of the war, so it's an update.
So you should go beat him up.
I'm gonna
Why,
go ahead
how,
and beat your
why
ass.
am I an ass for giving you the free one?
Yeah,
I
Instead of
don't know.
charging
I,
Ash a success for this later,
I want to
like,
be very, very clear that I am pleased with this, and I am in no
like,
way like.
just like, like
You're
you
not part
guys
of
are
this.
on your way home with Jon Connington, and like, good news, you guys found Jon Connington in the journal. Great work, Adam. Like, no, I didn't want that to happen. And Ferris is like, you're an ass, man.
So yeah, I
So
guess
there you
like so yeah, like Adam will certainly relay everything that he's been learning to his siblings and so on. So like you you lot are not going to be in the dark about what he's been learning. He'll have just told you.
They got you.
Oh yeah.
We'll discuss it over tea or whatever.
Yeah, totally.
By tea, I mean wine.
Fine.
He's busy. Yeah, he left. Actually, yeah, he left Wyvern Dress before you guys did, heading back to
Oh,
Starfall to see his lands and people and stuff.
oh well.
Oh, what a lame
got
lord.
yeah, he's got his own stuff going on, and
There's some
things are
stuff
messy.
going on.
Right, he wants to
Mm-hmm.
do a
What? Who's
spring
never been
break,
there before?
spring break with us.
Anything to get him away from my awful cousin.
Um, and so, you guys are finishing up that latest conversation as Adam and Ferris are excited about kind of confirming because it does still feel like hey, we're cracking these books, right? Like hey, look, like no, we're definitely
Yeah,
getting the feel for how to find the good stuff.
yeah. Honestly, like it. Sir, I can't speak for Ferris, but I suspect like it'll be the same as for Adam that he would just do this stuff for fun. Honestly,
Right?
And this is literally as you lot are pulling into Pentos. Pentos is about halfway up the coast of Essos, just about the middle between Bravos to the north and Lys in the south. Um, and it is a bustling harbor. Um, you guys haven't really sailed into or out of King's Landing yet, but you know that it's a similar, just nonstop vibe and your own. You guys are starting to establish some steady trade uh, with your own personal harbors and docks and whatnot. But like this is madness, right? This is like New York City harbor stuff, and it's very busy and it's very crowded, and the accent of the background noise is a little bit wrong. Even though you guys can understand a lot of what is said, it's still notable that it's in multiple languages and stuff. And things just look different. There's just a little bit different. They favor a little bit different architectural style. The towers here are square and brick, and just a different motif. There are tiled roofs that are colorful in ways that the roofs aren't in King's Landing, which gives just a better, prettier view to the people that are higher up. Some of the roofs probably have like pictures in the tile, right, and that sort of thing. So it's just a little different looking. And as you're making your way uh, through Pentos, following the directions given to you by Varys, uh, and the occasional street urchin for a copper that confirms them, you are making your way past palatial walled estates to the palatial walled estate of Magister Illyrio Mopatis, which is easy to find. Lots of people in town know where it is and are able to confirm it. Um, and he is waiting for you just inside the gate. These are 12-foot high brick walls topped with iron spikes that have no artistry to them. There tends to be, I guess, maybe the trend is sort of brutal minimalist for your security, so that it contrasts even more with the interior of the walls. But they're 12-foot high brick walls with these brutal iron spikes atop them. The doors, the gate, I should say, is flanked by what you realize are some of the Unsullied. These are older Unsullied, looking mid 30s, maybe 40. It's hard to read the features of a eunuch, but you can't help but be reminded a little bit of Varys.
Huh.
And you see these Unsullied garbed for war with their long spears and going a little bit round and soft as eunuchs tend to. But you're like, maybe Varys is a little more overtly dangerous than we think, because these guys are built kind of like him and they're like renowned infantry.
If
So you're
and
reminded
this is
of
a
just a little.
valid a physical murder body type.
Yeah.
Listen, you may not like it. This is peak eunuch performance.
Yep. So it's just a bit of a reminder of who has sent you here and how long perhaps this trip has been planned between
Well,
these conspirators.
a
Uh,
part of my brain would love to try himself against an unsullied soldier, although they are famous for their mass combat, not single. Obviously, they're not going to attack one. That'd be dumb.
Perhaps you should challenge one to a duel.
No. No, not today.
I am on a mission.
Oh, she's such a killjoy.
Yeah, I'm a killjoy. That's me.
and
Right.
the gates open swiftly as you banter. It's just how long it takes. And clearly, the good magister was expecting you and probably had spies watching your progress from the harbor. Because Illyrio Mopatis himself is there, just inside the gates. His significantly portlier self than Varys or these Unsullied, but looking even larger than life because he's got these voluminous, colorful robes on that make him even broader and fit even more wealth upon his person, as he only has 10 fingers and 2 ears, and right, but he's got these robes with some like sewn in jewelry that's jingling and jangling, and you realize that he was actually dressed rather subtly for his trips to King's Landing. And
And
here
I'm realizing he is now no longer the fanciest lad in the group.
here in his own home, he is one of many peacocks strutting about his garden. But he, raises his arms, overjoyed to see you, as though you are long lost children or the like. And he does that kind of not quite patronizing, if sincere, clucking over you, like an uncle that has not seen you for years. And for a moment, you can't help but remember that it's been a pretty big couple of,
It's been
several
like 4
years.
years. Yeah, it's been like
Yeah.
4 years.
So he is all, look at how you have grown. To Adam, he like muscles through the lot of you to go to Adam first. He goes, look at you. Haha, gold is good for building healthy roots. And does that smack on the shoulder thing. And how tall you have grown. The Lord of Harrenhal visiting my humble estate.
It's
and,
lovely to
and
see you
this
again.
big grin splitting his oiled beard. Uh, and he acknowledges the return greeting, and then turns to Luke. And look here! I thought perhaps it was Rhaegar, back from the grave, and boldly claiming the streets of my beloved Pentos, the Dragon Lord reborn.
You
and he
flatter
gives
me,
Luke
sir, but you flatter me well.
a clap on the shoulder, um, and then he is. You realize that these flowery, verbose greetings have given the gates a chance to close behind you, and then he bows to Bela. He says, "My lady of Wyvern's Rest, congratulations on your recent successes. Uh, Alas, no exiles of the Vulture King's army made it to Essos, but word of your victory reached me lo those years ago. I hope that the Blood Royal is well." Ah, and speaking of long journeys, and he puts his hands with these bejeweled, pudgy fingers over his heart, and rather gracefully pivots to Reyna. And he says, "I am too old and fat to kneel, but know that in my heart I do so.
Oh,
Princess." And he bows his head.
he's a smoothie.
He
Definitely a
is.
smoothie.
Ilario.
Uh, by which name do you wish to be known within the walls of my estate and where my influence holds sway?
Raina.
Reyna you shall be, then, until the time is right for that to not be the case. But, speaking of such matters, come, come, come. And he turns and starts to just kind of lead the way through his humble garden. Um,
I see
the
a
the
reason not to
center
enjoy this.
yeah, the centerpiece of the garden is a marble pool that almost reminds you of home or of Sunspear a bit. But it's a nice marble pool, and the centerpiece of the pool is a statue uh, of a lean and lithe Bravo, slender sword fighter, and it's painted up with white gold hair, and there's 6 beautiful cherry trees around the fountain slash garden pool thing, and you've got blossoms fluttering in the wind, and all that, and it's a pretty nice garden. Like, you guys have seen some gardens. It's not quite like a high garden, but high garden don't stop. But it's pretty nice.
Nice,
Um,
nice, nice statue. Is it of anyone in particular?
a memory from my youth.
It must be a very happy memory.
He looks around rather uh, conspiratorially, uh, and he leans in. He goes, "Not that sort." And he pats his belly. He goes, "It's when I was younger and skinnier, and a different type of dangerous."
I see. You're truly a man of intriguing mysteries.
Ah, but I put them so clearly on display for those who pay attention. Different people see different things in a pretty boy.
Yes, they do.
Some
Mhm.
ignore the sword altogether, he says, sounding almost wistful. Yeah,
Mm.
clearly a lot of people never saw Illyrium Opatis coming. Um,
Right?
and he,
Hmm.
Phrasing.
yeah,
Are we not doing phrasing?
uh,
Apparently, we're not.
uh, so cherry blossoms from the trees flutter in his robed wake as he leads you through this garden. Um,
Oh.
and the steps, all nice polished marble steps up into the manse proper. Um, But he does not stop in the grand foyer. He does not take you to a sitting room. He does not take you to a solar. His slippered feet just carry him over to a staircase and then down. And shortly, you are in a cellar. And he says, I thought perhaps a taste of home. And sure enough, as he leads you in deeper, you are in the cool of a wine cellar. There's absolutely no mistaking it. It's got these barrel vaulted ceilings and decorated stone walls. Despite just being a fucking cellar, it's pretty and fancy.
It's
And
fancy
you
to death.
see all sorts of casks, sized for various drinks. There's ale instead. But he takes you back uh, through to the wine. And he says, You may have your pick. I do have some Nymerian red, but if you prefer, I've sweet blackberry reds from the Reach, ambers from my own humble home, some fire wines from Mir, perhaps.
I'd like to try a fire wine.
Yes, I'm rather inclined to try something new, so that would be delightful.
And he claps for a servant, and a couple of them just materialize as though like almost like assassins hiding in wait, but the opposite because instead they're giving you stuff instead of taking your life. But there is one last lumbering figure that also materializes from the shadows in an almost startling or impressive fashion. And there is no mistaking the cut of a Mormont. This is a tall and broad and strong fellow in a mix of Essosi clothes and very well worn and old and well taken care of, uh, you know, Westerosi knightly armor that still has the faded bear of House Mormont in it in a few places. He is not a terribly handsome fellow. He's got shaggy black hair and a beard, and yeah, just powerfully built. It's just kind of a he Alisane in a lot of ways. Is just that bulk, that look.
Uh,
Yeah,
I'm
there's
going to turn
no
around
mistaking a
and
Mormont.
I'll turn around and greet him as Sir Jorah Mormont.
He gives a nod and is clearly sizing each of you up um, in a it's with a skeptic's look, right? Like, are these people who they're actually supposed to be?
For what it's worth,
Is
I basically return it because I also don't know much about him other than I like his sister or aunt or
Cousin.
whatever she is to him. Cousin.
niece? Is it? Yeah, cousin.
Yeah, cousin,
Yeah,
like she's Jor's sister's daughter, so
yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He's Jared's son.
Yeah,
So yeah,
Rena's watching him pretty closely because he's
and
here because he was slaving.
yeah,
Mm.
and he
Yeah,
is
I don't love that.
despite being nearer to 50 than 40, you don't doubt that he still has to use the gear that he's wearing. Like, it's still, you can tell a sellsword when you see one versus like a tourney knight. And he is definitely on the sellsword side of that spectrum. Um, but he eventually, and this is with these dark eyes of his just boring into Reyna last. Um, he gives a kind of gruff nod in return to your spoken greeting, and then his armor creaks and clanks as he goes to one knee. And it says, My lady,
Sir, please rise.
he does so much more easily than you believe Illyria Mopatis would. So
Mr. May, talk to you for a moment.
What?
who was that to, Luke?
That was to Rita. Can we speak for a moment?
She's like, turns
In
her
private.
head to listen, She's accepting counsel from her brother quietly.
I see.
So
Ask
you guys
him
are
if he
able
is.
to just walk down an aisle or, get a modicum of privacy.
I think like to kind of sort of smooth over that like Adam will greet Fedora like in a polite manner and mention that that we're good friends of his cousin Alison.
I've heard that she is in service to your house. How is she?
She is very well.
She's
Yes, she's doing very well and has served the house with great honor.
He looks a little relieved and a little sad, basically. Not surprised to hear she's doing well and being honorable, but a little relieved that she's doing well and a little sad that she is honorable and he is not.
Does his
That's the look in his eyes.
sure does his exile predate her having her children?
Yes, her kids are pretty young.
Yeah, I'll probably mention that as well then, since you might not know, but yeah. I don't know if you hear much, if you've heard much word of her, but she has two young children now. And
I
I'm
knew
presuming
she.
that you know more about them
Yeah,
than I do.
it was more than one. Good.
Yeah, so she is helping to take care of my siblings' young children as well back at Wyvern's Rest at the moment.
Nursemaid with an axe in her belt. That's
Well, honestly, that's probably a good kind of nursemaid to have, one who's ready to defend the children as well as nurture them.
and he gives a nod. It's the women that keep Bear Island safe, not the men. He was
So
about to
yes,
say us. He was about to say us men, but caught
yeah.
himself.
Oh yes, so she's certainly said as much.
Good. And he
Yes.
gives you an appreciative nod of his head. Sounds like he did hear about her first child, but he was surprised by news of this. So it sounds like he's trying to keep tabs on his family,
So you're pretty.
but is a few years out of date.
Yeah, that's and yeah, like I'm just to kind of make sure that like Raina and Luke being away talking doesn't like create an awkward silence. Adam is
Yeah.
quite happy to like make relatively small talk with him.
Yeah, gotcha. So over to Luke and Raina.
Raina, you know what this man was accused of, right?
Uh-huh.
Very well. As long as you keep that in mind, I will
I
follow you
remember.
wherever you go.
Mm-hmm. So, Rusty, remind me. All we really know about him is that he was exiled because of the slavery thing, right?
Ned Stark exiled him for selling people. Is basically all you've heard. It was not talked about much in the South because, like, who fucking cares? It's some northern guy. And when it was talked about in the North, like while Adam was squiring there, it was rude to talk about it much more than that, right? So, like, the one place that you were where people probably knew more, it was a bit of a social taboo to say more.
Right.
So yeah, that's kind of all you've heard is he was exiled by Ned Stark for selling people.
All right, I'm aware. So we're gonna go back in there to where everybody else is, and I'm gonna look at Illyrio, who I assume is still here.
Yes, he is. He is standing there. His people have emerged with trays of snacks from somewhere. Drinks have been poured for everyone. Those that requested something in particular got it. Everyone else just got a, a, a not Nymerian sour red from Dorn. So still tastes like home, but isn't the expensive stuff from home, right? So he's like, here's some Dorn stuff. But yeah, then you get some crackers and cheese type of stuff, right? It's not actually like crackers, but you know what I mean. Some good sweet grapes, and bits of cheese to shave off, and that sort of thing. And Illyria Mopatis, again, he talks your ear off with pleasant small talk, hoping that the weather in Pentos is well, and blah 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 blah. And he manages to end the small talk just as Reyna and Luke come back. This guy is good at what he does.
All right. Just going to just like sweep back in. And she's gonna split her looks between Illyrio and Sir Jorah, and Sir Jorah, while I appreciate your obeisance, I'm not quite sure why you're making it, nor why you're here.
I am in the service of the spider. That's Varys's nickname, as a reminder.
Right.
He goes, and have been for some time. I am his agent in Essos, nominally for the crown, but in truth, I know for Varys and the throne more than whoever sits upon it. And Varys has tasked me with assisting you in your hunt.
Um, we are much younger than you and your peers, but we have all heard what put you here.
Have you? He says sadly.
Yes. And
Out of character, just a note before the sentence continues. Remember that Illyrio Mopatis partially made his fortune and continues to do so slaving. And that these people that are serving you are slaves. And you are in a place where slavery is the norm, not the exception. So just a word of warning before anybody wants to go John Brown. It is just a heads up, a reminder.
Don't tempt me.
Now that said, it is still particularly awful to like sell free people into slavery. Like that's still because it isn't the norm in Westeros. So it certainly is still a different taboo in Westeros
Yeah,
than our knee-jerk human decency. So
and just to be clear, like if Luke was like, "This is a no deal," I'd have said that to you. Instead, he was just like, keep that in mind.
Just beware. All right. I am not going to ask why or for what reasons it was done. I can tell by looking at you that you regret that it happened at all.
I was not the first man to spend too much money on a young bride. Nor was I the first man to punish poachers by sending them to a life of service elsewhere. But rather than having them freeze on the wall or die fighting wildlings, I traded them and sent them to warmer climes. But still in all, regardless of what I told myself at the time, it was a crime, and I was caught, and I have been punished. And it does sound like he has just worked this for years, like doggedly gnawed on it, where he understands why he did what he did. He understands the justification that he used, and there is a bit of hypocrisy to like the wall versus slavery, right? And like he understands all of that, but he doesn't present it to you as an excuse, right? Like he just says matter of factly, this is what happened, this is why I did it, this is what happened to me because of it. It is what it is, and it sounds like that's just kind of where he's gotten in life. Is he has moved through the stages and is in acceptance.
Hey, what happened to his wife?
Out of character, we don't know.
Okay.
Or do we? Fuck, now I'm trying to remember. Something did happen to her. Fuck.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't remember. I remember there being something, but anyway.
it was bad.
Oh, Rhino will nod. Okay. Or very well. I not I. You are Ferris agent on the ground, so to speak, here. And we are strangers in a strange land. So between you and Illyrio, you now have responsibility for guiding us to what we seek. Look, you guys, I finally get my tongue unstumbled.
We're listening. And he just gives a nod. He goes, I am one of his agents here. And I am at your service. We know where Jon Connington is, but and he looks to Illyrio, and Illyrio kind of wipes his fingers after he's been snacking on stuff. He goes, "Yes, as to that, Jon Connington is in fact leader of the Golden Company, and uh, good luck. We know precisely who has hired the Golden Company, and where they can be found at present. Uh, they are contracted to the city of Mir, and in the disputed lands south of here. Uh, we are on bad terms with Mir at present. Pentos and the Lords of Mir have disagreed on trade matters, and blood need must be spilt in time. So unfortunately, he and the Golden Company are at present sworn to, at present, my enemies.
How inconvenient.
Hmm.
Uh, that said, I do believe I have come upon a way that you might speak with him in some confidence.
Mhm.
I do not know precisely what it is you want from Jon Connington, but I know how I can get you into a tent with him.
That is more than I expected, actually.
This is gonna be good.
I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
It will be a matter of no small expense, but I understand that your travel here is a matter of no small reward.
Yes.
Alas, my communications with Varys have been somewhat limited of late after a bit of a brawl in the Red Keep. And I understand that the future of Westeros is something of, I believe the phrase is up for grabs. Am I given to understand? And as he's chatting, he's talking to everybody like he does, but he's starting to zoom in on Reyna. He goes, am I to understand it is being grabbed for?
I'm taking back what's mine.
Then The only way I know of to get you into a tent with Jon Connington is not only expensive, but a gamble with even greater cost awaiting me should the dice not fall in my favor. I apologize, but uh, we are not in King's Landing betting on men with lances. Uh, these are more dangerous games that we now play. And you definitely have to look. He wants
Okay,
to
he
know
wants us to pay him.
what, well, he wants to know what he's gonna get
Right.
from helping.
Hmm.
There, you have been an ally to my families. And I'm still not quite sure why or what your end game is. Uh, so forgive me if I don't know quite what to offer you because I'm not sure of your motivations.
I am a lifelong friend of Varys the Spider, and I am fond of. And he gestures with his bejeweled fingers with a little bit of sausage grease on them, and he gestures at everything. I am fond of comfort and
Hmm.
influence and some small bit of wealth that I would like to make a larger bit of wealth, but I risk significant amounts in assisting you.
Um, if I may, I don't suppose we could explore the possibility of a less overt method of approach that might
Uh,
that might be less risky. Perhaps if he were to be approached in disguise somehow.
uh, the matter is one of getting you through and into a battle camp of the most renowned mercenary units in Essos at a time of war while they are at a military ready. Uh, such things are not simple or safe.
I see.
There is, alas, only one way I know of that I can assure your safety during a trip through said camp, and assure that you are warmly welcomed into his tent.
And
It
how's that?
is by leading the opposing army and negotiating with him prior to a war, or prior to battle. It is not beyond my reach to assemble a sizable force of mercenaries.
But only
Uh,
expensive.
with the assistance of Sir Jorah, we have found those who are available and those who can meet you there in the disputed lands in time for such a trip to take place. But it is a matter of no small expense to hire them, because to assure negotiations before combat between free companies, one must present a rival force enough to make such negotiations necessary.
Right. It
If
has
you
to be
approach,
it has to be substantial enough to get the respect of the Golden Company, which
indeed.
Hmm.
uh, so I have coin that I am willing to invest in this endeavor. And I think that depending upon how things go in that tent, or perhaps on the field of battle, should it come to that, uh, I do not doubt I will find some way to turn a profit in the end. But should things go poorly for you in that tent, and should word reach the Iron Throne of my assistance being given to you, young Joffrey did not leave me the impression of an even-tempered lad. And I do not think taking the throne will have improved his disposition. And so you understand, I am looking at an expensive gamble, not merely of coin, but of
Reputation.
indeed.
I may have something that could make it worth your while.
He lifts an eyebrow.
You do a lot of trade with Westeros, I can tell.
He keeps his eyebrow lifted.
And yet, your prices you can charge for your imports, exotic as they are, is often limited by your competition. But what if you were to be granted exclusive importation rights on a handful of items that you would pick to Westeros for, let's say, the next 10, 15 years?
A hypothetical future business profits. I see.
Not so
Alas,
hypothetical. Bargaining on my success, which is what I'm bargaining on. It's not just Dorne that you'll be able to enjoy improved tariff situations with. It's King's Landing.
It's frankly the entire Seven Kingdoms.
It's all of them, but I can't speak for them. It's the Westerlands, it's, Lannisport. It's
except for whatever coasts are frequented by smugglers.
stay away from those.
I like to say, like, smugglers can always bypass that sort of thing because
Yeah. Always smugglers, but they were going to charge a lot more, I'd imagine.
let us talk of 15 years of such an arrangement for 3 products of my choice.
That's fine.
Mm. You make the choice of your products before we leave the cellar. And it's deal.
Wise.
Uh, any whatsoever metalworks from Karth that travel through Pentos to Westeros. Karth metalsmiths are pretty famed. It's where your guys' super weaponsmith dude's from. So it's high end high end weaponry from Essos, basically, is what he is. So it's any metalworks from Karth that should make their way through Pentos.
By the way, such expense would also help keep our enemies from being well armed in the future.
All right. Acceptable.
All white cheeses.
I don't know, man. Cheeses.
And it's the day-to-day profit thing. You got
Right.
a lot of people buy. So
It's
he's-
something that is
I
definitely.
am not mocking. I thought this I did. It was cheese I was thinking of.
Okay.
And out of
I
character,
will.
let's just say that is a loose definition of roughly half the cheese in the cheese trade. Let's say, describing them as all white cheeses is a certain type of what
So white cheese, metals from Karth that come through Pentos, which I'm assuming is most of them.
I mean, Pentos is the closest to King's
Yeah.
Landing and where a lot of the
It is the major port for
Okay.
stuff going west.
And and he does this with his fingers, and then he makes a big show of glancing down at his fingers and go, "Oh, perhaps let us say emeralds."
Okay, only imported emerald, so.
Is that a? I don't know anything about emeralds other than that.
They're expensive. Some gemstones that
Okay, they're minerals. Okay, so they're mined basically, right?
Essos has got a lot of them.
And in top of my head, let's say emeralds are 15% of all gemstone trade, right? Or what? So he's looking for a big chunk of cheese, a very specific type of metalwork that maybe leads you to believe it's a specific move for or against some other business partners, and
Uh-huh.
then emeralds,
Right.
which are just the most common jewels he's got on him right now. And as such, it occurs to him a fairly common type of jewel,
And something that's also in demand because
invariably. So,
they're emeralds.
or if the princess finds such an arrangement disagreeable for a 15-year term, perhaps only 10 years for each of these items, but we include rubies.
What were the terms again? I'm sorry, Rusty, I didn't write it down.
He's in charge of associate imports, exports of these things.
Yeah,
Like
exclusive rights.
business flows through him, going into Westeros.
Okay. Which means he gets
Some favorable trade rates, and he gets to set his prices.
ah.
Damn it, Erica caught it. That was his move. Was I'll pretend that I'm going to make a shorter term thing, but yeah.
Right, because yeah. Um I'm quite content with your terms as presented.
The 10 or 15-year option.
The 15-year option is acceptable. This should set you up very nicely for probably the rest of your life.
I hope to someday establish significant wealth, he says of gesture. So we are agreed for 15 years. Or sorry, he goes, so we are agreed for 12 years, all Carthian metalwork, uh, olive white cheese, and emeralds and rubies. This is him, like, you guys are negotiating now. You've got
I don't
a
say anything. I
slider.
want to see.
You've got a slider of years, and you've got a number of things.
I'm just smiling and looking at it
So
right now.
you okayed 15 years of 3 things, and now he's going for 12 years of 4 things.
No, the original terms. This is what you proposed, and this is what we will stick with.
So white cheese, Carthian metalworks, and rubies for 10 years.
And emeralds for 10 years.
But why, like, just like out of character, why are you averse to him getting in on the Ruby game?
That's a good question.
I'm just being stubborn.
Does she work at a ruby mine? A big Sakura imported ruby. She's like, oh shit.
Just give him the damn Ruby. 10 years is nothing.
I think she's just trying to be like I'm in charge here.
Oh,
You're
like,
not getting walked all over. He goes,
Yeah.
yeah, of course. That's fair enough. I'm just amused by it.
fine,
Yeah.
fine.
So Nymerian to just be like, I'm going to argue anyway.
Now,
10 years of white cheese, 5 years of Carthian metalwork, and emeralds and rubies until such point as the lady's children are both betrothed, and 1 year beyond.
Oh.
Because remember, emeralds are high garden color.
yeah, they are. That's what I was thinking. The emeralds and then the rubies.
Rubies are, yeah, definitely an Nymerian color. And
We also use the old green net ghost till.
So that is a motivator for you to betroth early. He just basically wants in on that. He wants in on fashion season. when the two most betrothable children in Westeros, if all goes according to plan, are betrothed. And when those announcements are made, and when everybody wants to show up in King's Landing wearing Targaryen rubies and, uh, you know, your Tyrell emeralds, he wants in on that.
All right, so it was metals 5, white cheeses 10, and then the emeralds and rubies until
1 year after both of your children are betrothed. So he gets that season of everyone buying shit. Actually, let's rephrase it to say the year that both of your children are betrothed instead of the year after. We'll make it clear. He wants in on the rush of red and green jewelry when they are what is in fashion, and he's covering his bases by calling dibs on both of those colors.
acceptable.
Splendid. And now he reaches out to shake.
You know, it's gonna be
Hey,
us
Connor.
buying all those rubies and emeralds, right?
And then he says, "Superb. I will send messages at once. Chambers are ready for you to clean yourself from your journey. Find what rest and comfort you can in my hovel. And horses will be ready for you to leave on the morrow to ride south."
Very well.
Our thanks.
I will have my people fetch you for dinner. Until then, your time is your own. So yeah, you guys have the rest of an afternoon of absolute luxurious pampering and cleanliness and all kinds of comfortable stuff. Your rooms are absurd. And, everything silk, everything down, everything right. It's all super duper nice stuff. Um, the windows are nice. They let air through, and it smells good, and everything's nice. The dinner is similarly extravagant, with a bit of Dornish flair. It's lots of Essosi food because you're in Essos, but they lean a little bit on the a couple Dornish recipes that his house cooks know, and that sort of thing, just to try and give you a taste of home. And then I think we will cut to you lot riding south and leave for our break.
Sounds great.
There's
Gotta pee.
Yeah, you are
Excellent.
able to get details from him of where to go to meet up with the army, blah 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 blah, and yeah. So it's dry details off screen. So we will take our break, and we will come back with the travel and deciphering montage, and then you lot arriving at a giant honkin' free military camp.
Awesome.
Famously safe places.
The whole army's around. You gotta be safe.
Multiple of them. Everything's great. So, we'll be back in about 10 minutes, everybody. We will see you soon. right, everybody, we are back from our break. Rob will
Partially.
be back in a minute. Everything's okay. He just needs a couple minutes. So we're gonna go ahead and start with Adam because he said that we could. We promise we're not being dicks. So we leave off with you lot in a rather small group, riding south from Pentos. You are heading across the flatlands and basically able to follow the coast most of the way. You do have to veer inland a bit across the golden fields and then down through Mir. Mir is who the Golden Company is currently signed with. Um, and, it's not a good idea to ride too close to nominally your opponent. So you keep going down past the actual city of Mir and into the disputed lands proper. Um, and all the way during this travel, we have some deciphering to do. So, Adam, go ahead and roll for me, and we're
Yeah.
gonna kind of hand wave it again. Just depending on what you get, I'll give you a bunch of pages. We're not doing the every hour of travel has a, and then every
Yeah.
degree of success is a 1 in 6. Like that was important when an exact page by an exact time was important. We're going a little more loosey goosey with it here.
Totally fine. So we'll pick up from where we left off and continue working backwards.
Okay.
Right. Right.
Thoros
Right.
of Mir, the Red Priest, and that's
Thoros of Mir.
Oris. Oris says it with a bit of a chuckle.
I don't think he's actually from Mir.
He is.
Is he? I thought he just. I don't really know. But. I mean, maybe, but I think. No, it's not that. I mean, he goes through swords. He does something to them. It's not the sword. Um,
It's just
because remember when we were at the street with the blacksmiths and the
the
weaponsmiths,
out of character, the Street of Steel in King's
Street
Landing.
of Steel, and he came in and the master smith that we were buying from there was yelling at him about how he ruined too many swords. You remember that? That was
And and Oris rumbles a bit of a laugh and he goes, I talked to him at a few tourneys. It's just a trick he does. It's nothing special about the swords, except that all the smiths that know him charge him more because they know their work will be fouled by the time the day's done.
right. Yeah, I think it's more of a gimmick to build
Yeah.
his rep and his name to draw attention to his religion. I think because
It's theatrics.
yeah, as a red priest, he's trying to draw more people to his religion.
Oris snorts.
Right? Isn't that what he's doing?
He's not trying very hard.
Trying to anoint him with fire wine, maybe. He's
As far as I
not,
was,
not
as
much
far
of a
as I-
priest.
as far as I was aware that they didn't proselytize, but I just might have never seen them do it.
All right. I don't know.
Out of character, they're supposed to be doing it. Thoros pre-miracles and magic coming back really is just kind of a drunken brawler who's
Yeah.
like, nominally, everything I do that looks badass and gets attention is good for my church. So I'm just going to get drunk and be a badass brawler and hang out with King Robert. Because Robert kept him around as kind of a curiosity and because he likes wine. So it's just like, yeah, he was not much of a priest until the magic came back and miracles started happening, and then he gets a little more devout. But yeah, he's
Yeah, when
an
you start-
interesting fighter with the cleric background, basically at the start of the series.
GM gave him Raised Dead
Yeah,
as
and
a
then
daily action. He's making the most
So-
of it.
Kind
yeah,
of needed it there for a while for Peric.
So,
So I rolled 15 like
okay.
5 minutes ago.
Okay. That is no extra. Do you have, like, you would need to keep an extra 5 to get any bonuses?
I
Are
didn't
you
have another 5 to
keeping
keep.
it?
Unfortunately,
All
I
right.
rolled mostly
Okay.
2s. It was very annoying.
It is still a success, that's all. So I was just wanted to, if your dice were hot like last time, where you're like, I rolled a 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 5. Like, I just, thought
Yeah,
I'd...
unfortunately, no such luck this time.
All right. So let's call this 3 days of travel. Okay. Let's call this another 10. So 284. The bells tells me there's a bastard Brocket left in King's Landing. No other news. Not a lot going on in 284, but it was when he heard about Oris and decided to go get him.
Hmm.
So right then, Oris was still with Bessa and all that, and
Yeah,
that
he was
was
maybe only about 5 or 6 at that point. I think he was quite young.
283. They finally crowned the stag. It's official. Westeros is dead.
God, so
Uh,
dramatic.
And then he goes on, and he says
Stag, not my country.
he has also officially received word and confirmation from multiple sources he trusts about the deaths of the children Viserys and the babe Daenerys. So it was a mopey year for him in 283. It was almost the last of the Targaryens dying, and Robert officially being, crowned, High Septon doing his thing, formal stuff. So he was not super happy in 283. 282, you had already deciphered. He was traveling the realm, going from loyalist to loyalist. He did talk about Alistair Thorne being sent to the wall as a kindness, etc., etc. 281, that's the missing book. Sorry, you guys don't get that. 280, it's on Jaime Lannister being at court in a white cloak, and he does not know if it was honor or insult, but either way, Tywin finally resigned. The small council and the court are divided more than ever. There will be a grand tourney at Harrenhal. I fear it will make it all worse. And then the last page is just, I was right. And that was also the year that the war kicked off.
Right.
So yeah, reading it all backwards is an interesting journey through history. 279.
Aw,
Oh, hey, thanks, Eccentric.
that's
Super
awesome.
cool of you. They are very much appreciated.
Nice.
279. The Crown Prince has been wed to Elia Martell. Eris has refused to attend, and he keeps his young Viserys from going as well. Rhaegar and Elia have finally returned, and this is later in the year, have finally returned to court from Dragonstone. They have given birth to a princess, Rhaenys. All Eris said is she smells Dornish. Perhaps that is for the best.
What a
Your
pleasant
real
fellow.
grandpa's a dick.
Right?
Definitely prefer our grandpa because he's more glacial and stoic than actively mean.
I just. How Dornish must I spell now?
Like all the way.
Remember what you guys learned in that first page, or that first big chunk of letter.
Yeah, it was a ruse.
They were making you smell Dornish so that horny, abusive grandpa would never want you.
Yeah.
Like they were putting dabs of garam masala behind your ears and dyeing your hair brown and stuff like that so that you would not look like a Targaryen princess. Because wanted
To just keep him from even
Yeah.
looking.
yes.
Yeah.
So there was a
Ugh.
They saw the writing on the proverbial wall.
yes.
I cannot send enough prayers to the mother for those ladies.
278. Eris is called the Mad King and earns it. He insists that Tywin and Rhaegar are plotting to kill him. Perhaps it would be best if they did. He has given
Mood.
his favor. Yeah.
Adam's like, big mood, Jothos.
Stefan Baratheon has died on his way back from Volantis. And that's the other kind of a big point of news. He doesn't have a ton of commentary on it. Just that he goes, we have a new master of whispers, an Essos. I do not know if I trust him. Which is fair. This is a
That's
master of
entirely
whispers.
fair.
Like, you're kind of not supposed to. So we're just going to keep going back?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. 277. Disaster. Lord Dennis Darklin of Duskendale wants a charter for Duskendale and autonomy from the crown. Tywin refused him out of hand, of course. Sowing discord, Darklin invited Aerys himself. Tywin tells him to refuse. Aerys insists on going. Sir Gawain Gaunt of the Kingsguard slain. Aerys's retinue captured. All a trap, all siege. Eventually, Barristan the Bold frees Aerys. But something of Aerys's heart and head never left the dungeons of Duskendale. I will not write of the ensuing horrors.
Fuck.
Out of character, this is the year that really broke Aerys. And this is how things went. It was over like a tax dispute, and Tywin was like, this is dumb, don't go there. And Aerys was like, fuck you, I'm king, I go where I want. And then, sure enough, they were attacked, he was kidnapped, he was tortured. His retinue was tortured in front of him. And Aerys was already a little Aerysy prior, but he was big Aerys.
He went full Aerys.
So yeah, he was Aerysing hard after that. 1, 2, 5 more. All right. Year 276. The Prince Viserys has been born. No one, including his lady mother, the queen, is allowed to be alone with him. Gifts are piled up and burned. The food taster suckles the wet nurse's teats to check for poison.
Fucking hell.
Tywin has hosted a tourney to honor the prince's birth, and in doing so, speaking to Aerys, has proposed Cersei as a match for Rhaegar, who is as of yet unwed. Aerys is a fool. And then this next part is in quotes. Tywin is a servant of the crown, and no servant's daughter is fit to marry a prince of royal blood. And then he just says again, Aerys is a fool.
Wow.
A whole lot about Tywin trying to make sense.
Oh man.
Yeah, and you guys are getting the tragedies in reverse order, which is interesting.
Yeah, I'm genuinely finding that very interesting doing it that way, but I hope it's not like weird or annoying for anyone else.
You're seeing things ravel, kinda, right? So
I'm just finding it.
Going backwards like that is kind of neat.
I mean, there's certainly a few films and books that have used that to effect. Yeah. Anyway.
275. Aerys fasts to atone for the bloodshed. He walked through the streets all the way to the Great Sept, and he has sworn off all other women save Queen Rhaela. 7 pity Queen Rhaela.
Oof. Yeah.
274. Prince Jaehaerys is born. For a moment, Aerys was as I once knew him. And then, Prince Jaehaerys died. The wet nurse was beheaded. The mistress and her entire family have been tortured to the point of confession and then murdered. I wish my duties kept me elsewhere.
Wow. Good grief. Okay.
Let's just agree some of us had worse grandfathers than others.
Who would disagree with that?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not disagreeing with that.
Yep. Yeah, last one. So year 273. Prince Aegon is dead. So is Joanna Lannister. It would seem the gods have traded both of them for a dwarf. A light has gone out of Aerys's eyes. No, I fear instead a light begins to grow there, a smolder. What will it consume when it bursts into flame?
Oh, prophetic words indeed.
So, you guys
Yeah.
backtracked to the year 273, which at this point is like 30 years ago. And you crest the last hill of your travels, and you see mercenary camps spread out in front of you. It is strange. These are not the cheerful, motley colors of pavilion tents at Attorney Field, but they're also not the cohesive colors of a single army. On your side, you see the gathered smaller mercenary groups that you lot are meant to be interacting with, and it's a mess because it's 5 or 6 different mercenary outfits, and they're all sellswords who are already a little bit more independent than individual knights anyway. And it's just a mess. It's weird. It's weird to see a military encampment that looks like a half dozen overgrown bandit camps. Like, that's the vibe that you get from this. It's no tents are closer together than anyone needs to be because nobody trusts their neighbor even in their mercenary outfit. And there are wide swaths in between where the mercenary camps are. Like, each of the 5 different armies over here have like no man's lands raggedly between them, which are where heavy traffic walks, but also looks like it's where people are pissing and shitting. Because they're like, fuck it, I'll go pee next to the Stormcrow camp, or whatever. So like there's these rivers of filth that are separating the different mercenary units, instead of proper slit trenches and stuff. And it's just awful. It's overgrown bandit camps where half of the bandits hate each other,
Wow.
right? And then from here, this high ground, as you cinematically crest this last hill, on the far side is an army camp. You just barely catch the flicker of gold in a few places, but the Golden Company is arrayed the way you expect an army to look. And they've got about 10,000 people. We'll go over more detailed counts in a moment, but theirs is one of the largest armies you've ever seen, and it's laid out like an army is supposed to be, which isn't saying it's spotless and clean, and it's not quite full on like Roman encampment. Those motherfuckers took this shit seriously, right? It's not like that layer of perfect grid and stuff, but the Golden Company looks like a Westerosi army at war. And you see stakes set up, and a rough barricade, and you see that their stuff is in fairly orderly rows, right? So it looks right. It is a slice of Westeros military over here, and your side isn't that. your side is thousands and thousands of sellswords of ill repute.
Well, we got them here.
And as you crest that hill and stop for a moment, everyone's lips kind of curl, and Ferris pulls out a handkerchief that he often has used in the
Serena's
past
wrapping a scarf
for dealing with sick people that smell wrong.
Yeah.
And he pulls that out and just buckles up. Oris pulls his massive new borrowed warhorse up next to Adam. Still too late for us to run off to Essos and become sellswords. But now that we don't want to, I think it's best we never did. Unless we could have got in with that lot. And he tosses his head across the field to the Golden Company.
I think you may be right, Oris. Yes. This is not the Essos I imagined. And I think Adam at this point is also probably doing something similar to Ferris with like a handkerchief, just to because he's not into this either. It's like, oh.
I have to say that I imagine if I was in charge of the Golden Company, I would not be very intimidated by the presentation of this group.
Yeah, we're rabble to them probably.
So, your orders are to look for, quote, the cat. Like, that's the instructions that Google Maps gave you when you hit it, right? Is
Are
look
there
for
any kind
the cat.
of like?
Bing.
Are there any kind of picket sets? Anything like that?
There are. They are grudging. And, like, you walk up on them, and one of them is buggering some camp follower girl, while the other guy is leaning on his spear, looking bored and waiting his turn. Like, they see you, but they're also like, it's like 6 people. So, like, they're not blowing horns and calling for, there seems to be a bit of a gentleman's agreement between mercenaries that they're not to attack one another's camp and that sort of thing. Like, they both know that both sides can see each other. So the pickets that they've got here on the outside are probably being punished for something, or maybe they lost at dice and they owe somebody back at camp money, so they traded shifts to get out of camp for a day or two, right? Like, it's just, they're going through the motions. So, one guy more than the other because it's buggering somebody.
Ah,
Like,
You should really like that word.
yes, I do. So yeah, there are technically pickets posted, right? But they all just assume that they're not needed, and they see you coming. They don't even hail you over. Like, you could just ride 100 yards away from them, or what? Like, they're not tooting on a horn. They're not drawing
what
any
army,
attention.
or does it matter what we do? Basically,
So, the Company of the Cat is the exposition you get from Jorah as you're lazily riding down the hill and into the camp.
hope they approve of flags and banners and things.
They do. They're the largest outfit on our side. They were told, no doubt, to assemble the officers there in Bloodbeard's tent. But I'll bet 5 silver if the tattered prince is in Bloodbeard's tent for 10 minutes, one or both of them will die. So, odds are good after we arrive, they'll need to summon the other officers.
That sounds fun.
And he just rides you lazily through the camp. He seems to know where he's going. He spotted something on the ridge that told him where the Company of the Cat would be. And sure enough, you ride through the filth and the curious stares. Some people are just like resentful glaring at anyone on a horse. Some of it is a suspicious look at any strangers you see, prison yard style, right? Like it's, you're just getting kind of surly looks from everybody. but you realize that that's just how everybody looks at everybody in this camp. So you're like, wait, no, it's not just that they're like looking at Oris and then putting their hand on their sword. Like they're looking at Bela and putting their hand on their sword. They're looking at Ada and putting their hand on their sword. Like they just look at everybody and put their hands on their like. Just this is an This place is bad for mental health. Is the vibe you pick
Yeah.
up, right? It's a prison yard mentality type of thing. And one thing you do notice is that these mercenaries live in squalor. Like their tents are garbage, most of them. You see the occasional very fine and fancy pavilion tent with ribbons and looking knightly and fine. But like the majority of the tents are, trash. And the guys are wearing a lot of them like dirty clothes, but then like their gear is clean somehow. And despite wearing, trash clothes and eating suspect food prepared by camp followers, almost every sellsword you see is decked out in some amount of jewelry. And you're like, it's portable wealth. They hoard their coin that way. So they all have a thing or two that makes them feel wealthy, but everybody knows you could just get killed and somebody takes that. And right, so it's a weird thing. These Associ sellsword camps are collections of opposites. Um, you make your way to the tent of Bloodbeard, who immediately is understandable for his name. He is a mountain of a man, almost the size of Oris or other notably large folk. And he looks like an iron-born raider and a wildling made a baby and abusively raised it. Right? Like he's huge. He's got this deep red wild beard. What you can see of his face that isn't covered in shaggy hair and beard is scarred and super leathery from sun and wind and rain. He is decked out in large rings that have killed more than one person from punches. He's got a couple armbands on that clearly aren't a matching set. It's pilfered wealth from mercenary lords he has killed. He looks like someone named Bloodbeard. How about that, right? Um, and he's sitting in like a cloth camp chair when you arrive. That's the biggest cloth camp chair, and it has some furs on it from Westeros. So it looks like a travel throne. And you see an assortment of other kind of cloth chairs and camp chairs here. Like nominally, he's ready for visitors, right? But he has the big chair. He has the fancy chair. His chair is in the center of the tent, right? And this giant guy lunges up and out of the chair as you arrive, and he bellows, "Go! Fetch the rest!" Well, here you lot are. Jorah. And Jorah nods, and they exchange handshakes. And you notice as Jorah turns to gesture with his left and like point to you lot, he like wipes his white hand on his pants leg, like after shaking. He just reflexively is trying to like wash his hand a little bit. And he goes, "Bloodbeard, this is them. Reyna is the one in charge." And he points very specifically, points you out.
The smallest one.
And Bloodbeard just gives a nod and gives you a barely bow. And says, "My lady, Mopatis didn't tell us much, but his instructions came with quite enough. I'll humor him. we've the contracts and everything. And he gestures off to the side, where some mercenary dude, likely a quartermaster, has a bunch of papers laid out neatly. 5, looks like.
So it seems like he already had all of this set up anyway and had already spent the gold when he extorted us. But I mean, he's a canny businessman, so I'll sit with that. But uh, she will wander over and look at the contracts.
Okay. The one in the center, which is just the first you see. This is a contract naming underscore as officer captain of the Company of the Cat on the day in which it is signed.
Okay.
And only for that day. And a quick glance the next over is blah, 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 underscore is officer captain of the free company known as the Storm Crows on this day. On just the date of this.
Right.
And then there's one for the Windblown, and the Long Lances, and the Second Sons.
Second
Which
Sons.
gives you a bit of a count. That looks like there are 5 mercenary companies assembled on your side of this affair. One small thing you might know about the Second Sons is that your Uncle Oberyn rode with them for a few
Right.
years
That's
before
right.
assembling his own mercenary company for funsies over here. But yeah, does anybody have questions about a particular company? Or does anybody
grab the
want
paper that says the Second Sons.
Or does anyone want to ask this guy what's going on with more
This
info?
is what I think is going on. I turn around and look at him. Illyrio Mopatis was remarkably close-lipped about the details of this. However, it seems to me you've arranged with the leaders of these 4 other companies, to sign over their leadership to me for the course of one day.
Who each of you? He nods. Well, except the Maester. That's what you call him.
Yeah.
Likely he'll be quartermaster or some such. But, no. Contract for each. My assumption is that the lady will want the finest mercenary outfit. And he clearly means the Company of the Cat. But, Mopatis left it to each of you for who you'd like to lead. We're looking for some
You seem
details.
to be the one who arranged this with the actual leaders of the companies. Am I understanding that correctly, Captain?
It was my quartermaster that laid the papers out, but Mopatis arranged it.
Sister, I believe it is customary that the leader of each company goes out ahead of the battle to discuss terms of the engagement with the enemy, and thus the group of us shall be the ones that go out and speak to the enemy on the matter of the battle.
He looks around, you like, yeah, like, just like, that's how it's done. Like, duh, right? Like, he's just,
Well, I'm afraid we don't deal with mercenaries at all in Westeros, so this is all new to us.
Well, I suppose we can't all be knights. And he is now visibly sizing up Oris and thinking about how to kill him.
Good luck with that.
Don't you dare.
That's a mistake.
You think Oris is dangerous? Wait until you kill Oris in front of Adam. Then you'll see.
Like, I'm a biter. I'll do it.
I'm a biter.
He's like,
Secret was they
You
bought
might-
101 guys. It was just enough.
like, you might win, but at what cost?
Does it have numbers on there for each?
No, there's nothing else on these contracts. It's just so you're gonna have to ask, and I'm just waiting for you guys to like ask about one in particular. So
Like-
we can-
Oh, I'm
like,
sold.
Adam's first instance is going to be like quietly conferring with Ferris if like he probably doesn't know anything in particular about like Essos military companies, but he like knows more warfare than Adam does.
Yes, that is a standard practice amongst the free companies. It's their way of trying to minimize casualties and, frankly, costs. They endeavor to agree upon the amount that they will bring to bear in the coming battle, or perhaps, if the dispute can be solved some other way. Trials by champions are not still unheard of in Essos. Despite a lack of the faith of the Seven, it would seem some cultures honor such things regardless.
So you don't know which one's best. Is what
Oh,
you're saying.
uh,
I was asking an
well-
entirely different question.
the Golden Company, yes, but of this lot, I'm afraid I know more about their histories than their modern dispositions.
Right. Well, here's my question
He
then.
looks a little apologetic.
Looking at Bloodbeard. With a name like Long Lances, it would seem that this one is more cavalry based. Is that correct?
Ain't named for their cocks, tell you that much.
Well, thank the gods.
Look, if you want, the rest should be here soon. You can talk to each as they arrive and decide amongst yourselves.
Does
But
it really matter?
If I may, sister, I think it might be apt that as a second son, I should have the second sons for the day.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
guys
I honestly don't see the benefit or lack thereof besides from the biggest, since numbers seem to be a big bargaining chip in the pre-battle negotiations, looking at Bloodbeard. That would seem to be the case, correct? Numbers
Oh.
and reputation?
Numbers will be the same regardless of who leads what company, though.
Yeah, I think what we're just being asked to do is to like pick who's going to have which company.
Or it's, do you guys want to pick, or do you want to wait until the officers arrive and kind of pick that way? It's balls in your court. Because you might have to lead these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd want to know like who has the most archers.
So are you guys picking now, or are you waiting?
I'm gonna wait. I mean, I'm probably gonna go with Company of the Cat, but you know.
Are you? Well, does that mean that like the rest of us are being instructed to wait as well?
We'll meet with the other leaders and
Very well.
All right. They come swaggering in due time. Bloodbeard does not offer them food or drink, or you. Food or drink. He just, it looks like the extent of his hosting is not killing rivals that show up in his tent, right?
I mean, honestly, if they offered us food or drink, I wouldn't want to have it.
You they were
So
Cheez-Its?
first to arrive is a rather unassuming fellow that you almost take for a quartermaster or some other, advisor nerd instead of a rival officer. But he walks up and introduces himself. I'm Gilo Regan, leader of the Long Lances. He's just a little shorter than average, a little bit portly in the gut, a little slope-shouldered. His hair's going gray and balding. He doesn't look like a terrifying, big mercenary guy, which means he must be just good at running a mercenary company, right? If he's not here by bloody repute. But he says, I lead the long lances, and he speaks pretty softly. It's a stark contrast to Bloodbeard. He says, we've 800 horsemen to offer. And, I suppose to follow the commands of one of you lot. And he just says it just pretty mildly, matter-of-factly. His official description in the text from Dany, her point of view, is he looks more like a shoemaker than a soldier. Right? So that's his vibe. He's just this kind of unassuming, middle-aged dude.
He's
You're like,
incredibly deadly, is what you're saying.
And then, for a moment, you think you're seeing double, because a second big guy with a bushy red beard shows up. And Jorah leans in and whispers to Rhaena, it's the Titan's bastard. And this is Miro, Lord of the Second Sons. And he comes walking up to you looking amiable, but he is a big, battle-scarred, hairy dude. And Jorah says he's a Titan's bastard. Poor repute, even in this business. But yeah, he seems like a kind of cheerfully piratical, right? Like that sort of amiable, where you're like, this guy smiles while he kills people. This guy is friendly when he kills people, is the vibe you get. Doesn't matter what he's saying or who he's saying it to, he could be jesty and,
It's
telling
his
a
job.
joke and yeah.
He's just working.
So he introduces himself with an obsequious, almost sarcastic bow. He says, Miro, Lord of the Second Sons. We've 100 cavalry and 400 of the hardest footmen in Essos.
100 cavalry and 400 footmen.
Yep. And then come a trio of swaggering, colorful figures. And as each arrives, again, Jorah gives you a quick lowdown. It's Prendal Nagez, Zalor the Bald, and Dario Naharis, Lords of the Stormcrows.
Okay.
So Prendal, the first one, is a heavy-set fellow that's all sorts of weather-scarred and beaten and tanned and leather-skinned, with a broad face, and he's kind of heavy-set and chunky in a Mormontian way, right? Like that dangerous sort of big, and his hair's going gray. He's a survivor. He's been in this business for a while. Salor the Bald is easy to spot on account of the bald. He is a Carthian fellow. You recognize the swarthy features. He's got a terrible scar up the side of his face, a big twisting one that looks like somebody took their time while knifing, and his dome head is practically waxed. And then the last of the three is Dario Naharis. This dark-skinned but blue-eyed. His blue eyes currently match his beard and his hair that curls almost to his shoulders. His beard is pulled into 3 prongs with jewels hanging and dangling in the braids. And as he smiles, he flashes a gold tooth. That's the Stormcrows, leadership that have 500 cavalry. And then comes... This guy just looks used up. He is old and gray, and he just looks tired, but refusing to quit. That's the vibe you get from him. And he actually pauses for a moment at like the front of the tent. It's all like pulled up and open, so it's almost just a fly at this point instead of a tent. But he still pauses and gives Bloodbeard a long look. And then Bloodbeard thinks about it for a second and then just waves him in. And this fellow is the Tattered Prince, is the name you get from him, or about him. And you can tell his cloak is why. It is a collection of scraps of cloth. Basically, it is a just mess. It's multicolored rags with twists of cloth just kind of woven into it in ragged style. It's just a bunch of weird strips all together. Maybe prizes from men he's killed or tokens of places he's been. It's just this ribboned mix, all of which is faded by the sun, and more than a few of which are bloodstained. And rather like the leader of the Long Lances, he's kind of unassuming except for that. If it wasn't for the armor, he could be just a beggar among the camp followers, which makes it a little surprising when this worn down, unassuming looking fellow greets the lot of you in High Valyrian. And you get a proper bow, and and he straightens up and speaks in High Valyrian with an appropriate kind of ancient / classical greeting of, let the sun shine on the rest of your day or whatever.
Yeah.
Something kind of flowery, but respectful. And as he goes and takes a seat, and it's the worst and the last of them, and something has smelled like piss in here. Maybe it's the chair set aside for him.
Oh, Jesus.
And he sits in it with royal dignity. And Jorah says he was to be Prince of Pentos. Fled instead and founded the Windblown. They have 500 knight and near 1,500 foot. They're probably not knights, it's just cavalry, but heavy cavalry.
I'm sorry. How many footmen?
The Windblown have
1,500.
500 horsemen, 1,500 foot.
Adam is very intrigued by this Valyrian guy.
And the last head count is for the Company of the Cat, which is the largest on your side. 500 horse, 2,500 foot. And he kind of gestures and he says, Bloodbeard hates the Windblown, and they him. And thinking about it, it did feel like the other largest camp was on the far side of this encampment.
There's history there.
And they all then have a seat after their various colorful, surly, or flamboyant greetings, and look like they're waiting. And you suspect that bonuses might be due based on who leads which outfit, or maybe all these guys just bet on it earlier, because it looked like they're just waiting to see who's gonna pick which.
Wow. So we have 5 companies, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus Oris. Is that the thinking here?
It's 4 of you with counting Oris, so they're basically just not counting your maester as a war leader.
Okay.
I just want to get a sense of whether Adam's allowed to ask a question at this point, or if
these guys are all, they just look like they're sitting and waiting. They might be waiting for you to make a decision. They might be waiting for you to ask them stuff.
Do any of you command archers?
Yes. The Tattered Prince speaks up.
How many?
About a fifth of my men. And Bloodbeard says, I've 200. Sounds like about 300 versus about 200. And then Miro, the Titan's bastard, says, A few dozen, and gives a careless shrug. You suspect that they are not his priority.
That's fine. That's okay. Just Adam's getting wants a sense of like, you know, the archers are going to be more his wheelhouse.
And again, whether this stuff matters or not is kind of up to you guys and how the next hour and a half goes. So there's a reason we're still going through it. It might not matter, but it might.
You know, if I may, I feel I would be best placed with the highest complement of archers.
Which is the windblown.
Yes.
Yes.
Very well.
I will fill out my paperwork.
All right. So the windblown are going to Adam?
Yes.
Sounds like. All right.
I will take the second sons.
I figured he'd pick the second sons.
Okay. That leaves the long lances, which are just 800 cavalry, the storm crows, which are 500 cavalry, and the company of the cat, which is 500 cavalry and 2,500 foot. Oris isn't
Violet.
going to pick. Oris is going to be assigned. The
Yeah, of course.
PCs are picking.
I would have, given a choice, I would assign Oris to the long lances. And to put, given it my druthers, I'd have the company of the cat, and Bela would have the, what are they called? Shit. Storm crows.
Okay.
Because she has a strong enough self-confidence and personality to override 3 men if they give her any shit.
Oris just shrugs. He's not going to lead, no matter what army you give him. So he is fine with wherever.
Ah, damn it, Oris.
Why are you damning Oris for him agreeing with you?
He's just too passive.
So, is that working for Bela?
Yep, that'll be fine.
All right. Bela leads the Storm Crows, Reyna the
Stormy
company
Crows.
of the cat, and Oris the longest lances. They changed the name. So yeah, each mercenary company, the assembled leadership makes a show of appearing pleased with whoever they got. Gilo Regan looks Oris up and down, and seems fine with that guy being his 801th horseman, right? The second sons, Miro the Titan's bastard, was just going to cheerfully accept whomever, but he gives Luke an appraising look and a cheerful clap on the shoulder. It seems like he is content with who he got. The tattered prince of the Windblown is just gracious and polite with Adam. Maybe he likes that Adam asked the first question and then he's like, my company's not nominally in the control of an utter fool that doesn't care. So like, okay, he'll make good use of the archers. Nice. The Storm Crows respond. Mostly it's Dario Naharis. And he's giving Bela a not altogether martial look. It's more like,
He's such a slut.
like hot Dornish lady, okay. So he's giving her a flirty look, and as you get closer, you can't help but notice that the dagger and sword, oh, it's one of those weird Dothraki swords, that he has, both have fancy naked women for the hilt. Like tits out,
Oh, I like
everything.
those.
And he's just
I
giving
always imagine them having like jeweled nipples or something.
he's giving Bela a leer more than anything else as she comes over, and maybe they've heard of Bela as the war leader, and they're like, cool, whatever. And then Bloodbeard seems satisfied that the leader of this group has chosen the finest mercenary company. So then Bloodbeard claps his hands together, which is thunderous because he's got these huge ham fists, and he goes, "Good, business is finished. Parlay's over. Get some wine." The tattered prince stands and prepares to leave because the parley being over means he's not welcome on this end of camp. And that's it. The rest of them look like they're just gonna lounge and drink some wine, and you lot are now ignored.
I'm gonna grab some wine. I'm gonna go up. Gonna leave, but I will stop by Bela and say, "I think that guy likes you."
Yeah, it's not uncommon.
Oh, that was like, he thinks
Well.
you're hot. Like, I know I'm hot.
Hey Luke, where you going?
I was gonna step outside, but I don't know where I'm going.
Just like you said you were gonna leave, but it's like now you
But I
guys
don't
are
know where to
supposed
go. I
do your
didn't think
thing.
of that.
You're just like, anyways, bye guys, I'm a mercenary now.
Well,
Like,
I'm going to the mercenary ship.
tell my wife bye or don't.
Whatever.
Like, just
Whoever pays me
yeah.
more, right?
So, okay, like you could just like right out front, it's fine. But yeah, like now you guys are supposed to go do the thing. So,
Adam would like follow the tattered prince out of the tent unless he was told to stay put.
he stops out front and is like, and gives you a curious look.
I thought, given we're not sure exactly how things will go, it might be prudent.
Did anyone else lose
Talk
Ash, or is
some
it just
degree of strategy at some point.
I lost you after the word prudent, Ash.
Yeah, the connection has been dropping out a lot.
It's not been a great day.
I thought it might be prudent of us to at least at some point discuss a modicum of strategy. It doesn't have to be right now, of course.
If it comes down to it, we'll do so. But
Very well.
it all depends on how your talk goes with the Golden Company. And he's looking around, I don't want to say nervously, but he's looking around warily. Like anyone trying to keep him in this camp, he is a little sus, right? Like he's immediately like, again, he doesn't look suspiciously at you. It's just he had in mind, I need to go. And
no, I get it. I get it. Like, if I had known for certain there would be an opportunity to speak to him.
Right, well, okay. You froze up again, but I got the gist of it. So it's all good.
No, I was saying, like, I didn't know for certain that I was going to have an opportunity to go to his camp and talk to him there. Yeah. So I was trying to seize an opportunity because I thought we were going straight to have this conversation and then there might be a fight immediately. So I was like,
The fight probably won't be immediate if there is a fight, because you guys are going to go parley the fight. So it could be, tomorrow, or you could say it's later tonight and then you guys have time.
Right.
So,
well,
we've only got these companies for one day.
Yes. So if you want to parlay and say that the fight is tomorrow, it becomes someone else's problem, and you guys leave tonight and you don't have to fight. If you want. Like, you could do that. You can.
I'm just, right. I won't keep you in.
No, it's Ash, it's fine. It was understandable. It's just, he looks just eager to leave.
Which is why I was in the middle of, like, never mind.
Ash, it's fine. You don't need to keep explaining. We got it. It's good.
We got it. It's cool. I actually am going to look to Jorah and say, so we just ride out under these guys' banners?
I'll carry a white one to make it all official. We could bring the maester, say he's there to scribe. But, yes, they're obliged to let us in. And as long as we do no harm while in their camp, they're obliged to let us back out again. Reputation is important to these sellswords, but to none more so than the Golden Company. They'll not turn into the Second Sons anytime soon.
I'm not sure what that means, but maybe you should tell me
Uh,
outside this tent.
he just keeps his voice low because again, all the leaders are over there drinking and enjoying not being on the clock momentarily. Is kind of what it sounds like the rest of them have decided is
Right.
happening.
Just kind of hang.
Gilo is just kind of chilling. He's not drinking, but the rest of them are boasting about stuff and, you know, like, hey, maybe I should go fuck so and so now that I'm not her captain today. And right, they're just being fucking boisterous land pirate dudes that are not in charge of anything for the moment, so they have no
Land
reason to hate
pirates.
each other. Um,
Right. Well, then let's
but
go out and
yeah,
get
go for
ready
it.
and get organized and ride out to meet with the Golden Company.
And as you're doing so, he just explains that Miro has been brutal and found enough of his men willing to commit atrocities that they're having trouble getting hired of late. They started out something else.
Okay. That's a
The
shame.
Second Sons are one of the oldest free companies. You've probably at least heard their name, even over on the other side of the world. But yeah.
Uh, okay. I'm sorry. I have to pee. I will be right back.
Okay. So everyone's just you get back on your horses. Uh, you holler a couple times, and somebody brings you a fucking flag. Uh, everything is fine. Um, and yeah, we will just kind of kill time until Felicia gets back. The camp is as bad as it as it looked at a distance.
Oh, didn't get better as it got closer?
Nope.
Was it like
Turns out
quakes?
proximity did not improve the scent.
Hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's
I-
just weird because this is a military camp of not counting their not fighting men. It's almost 7,000 people, but it just looks like a bandit camp. Like it's just you're like this is so bizarre. This is this is not how armies are organized. And yeah,
yes. So like this whole thing was organized just so that we can go and talk to Jon Connington, right? So like there doesn't
some of
have
them, sorry, like some of them were probably already going to be here, because the Free City of Mir hired the Golden Company to fight over something about the disputed lands, which are called the disputed lands because Lys, Mir, and Tirosh are always fighting over where exactly the borders are. So once Mir hired the Golden Company, their rivals were going to hire somebody to do something, but it sounds like Illyria Mopatis pulled threads, called in favors with trading partners in Lys and Mir, and arranged for it to be this.
okay.
So it's not happening just because of you guys, but it's happening this way because of you guys. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. So, on one really big hand, we have no real interest in the outcome of this, and a lot of the discussions that we're about to have might not really uh, have
Well,
to do
well, I guess
with the coming battle.
well, I guess we maybe do have an interest in it, given whoever wins is probably who we will be able to like get the help of for our longer term goals.
Yeah, and depending on how it's handled, some or all of these mercenaries might be up for hire. Some or all of these mercenaries might want to kill you. Some or all, like it's just, yeah, it's the immediate fallout of how this current dispute goes doesn't bother you very much, and even Illyria Mopatis hasn't got a lot of skin in the game, except that his reputation's also partially at stake for manipulating. Uh,
Frankly, I could care less who has this stretch of land this week. It seems like it goes back and forth depending on the whims of whoever holds it for that time. It just
Sure, but the thing is though, like whoever wins is probably who we've got for our army. So like we maybe kind of want the Golden Company to win because they're a more disciplined army.
But
We can hire any of
the
these
important
companies,
thing,
win or lose, as long as they aren't wiped out completely. I mean, it's not.
the more important thing is how you handle it, because that's going to affect how these people, potentially including Jon Connington, think of you. So, yeah, it'll be interesting in a weird
Yeah,
way, not
yeah.
in the way it would be for actual mercenary captains.
Yeah, both I and Adam would like be advising we want to do whatever outcome is going to keep Jon Connington cooperative.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when we get there and we speak to him, I'm sure that will unfold some interesting dynamics in the negotiations for this battle.
Right.
So I guess we go.
I figure this is while you guys are slowly making your way across the field.
Yes.
Kind of last chance. Jorah leans in and Golden Company, look, an all-out battle is unlikely to favor us, though I have heard good things about the Lady Bela. Let us look for an alternate resolution, I think. If you cannot, my sword is yours. But, and just as he says the but, you're close enough, you hear the first elephants. There's war elephants in this camp. You get
Shit, I've never seen an elephant.
a rider comes out to greet you under a white flag, and flanking him are a couple more that are carrying the flag of the Golden Company. Quick history lesson: the Golden Company was founded by people exiled after the Blackfire Rebellion. So they were the other side in what was actually basically another Targaryen civil war, but it was a bastard, and he took the name Blackfire instead. So people talk about it like it was some weird rebellion instead of legitimately
Hey.
basically a civil war. But yeah, go ahead.
No, keep going. I'm gonna look it up on my own.
They have supported the other Blackfire rebellions, but they've also like worked really hard to keep alive a sense, and you get this of just riding through the camp and from seeing it from before, these guys think of themselves as knights and squires and exiled lords and the sons of exiled lords, right? Like it happened hundreds of years ago or whatever, but these guys have clearly kept that vibe alive of staying Westerosi. They might have, and have certainly intermarried with locals, or often with other Westerosi exiles or traders or whatever. But they are certainly still acting like a Westerosi army.
They've been
And
passing on those kind of
yeah, those traditions and beliefs and potentially those loyalties. But yeah, like they were loyal through other Blackfire rebellions, you know, years and even generations after the founding of the company and the first Blackfire Rebellion. They stayed true to their oaths of their parents, uh, and were willing to try and invade Westeros to put the sons and grandsons of their king on the throne. So they've got this very clear, stubborn pride to them and stubbornness, and they are the only free company you guys have ever heard of that has never broken a contract. They have two kind of slogans. One is "Beneath the gold, the bitter steel," because they are founded by a guy named Bittersteel, one of the great bastards, Aegor Rivers. So they're like, yeah, like our stuff's pretty, but we're sharp, right? And their other motto is our word is good as gold. Like these guys have never broken a contract. So if you want them, you're gonna have to figure out a way to get them out of this contract. On top of having to pay them. But yes, their camp is impressive. And because you're riding into it nominally and theoretically as enemy war leaders, that makes their camp terrifying. You count about 500 knights. And that's from looking at their war horses, etc., and their level of their armor. They've got not just 500 horsemen, but 500 knights. Looks like about an even number of mounted squires, which are also going to be pretty heavy cavalry-ish. Then you count about 500 light cavalry, an Essos rabble mixture. And then there's the 24 war elephants, which are terrifying up close. You guys haven't seen elephants before, and you don't want...
Well, I do think we're outnumbered.
Was it just us, and is it just the commanders that are,
Yes.
allowed at this meeting?
Yeah.
Oh man, Adam's gonna be sad that Ferris can't see the war elephants.
Oh no, Ferris is with you. He was coming along to scribe the negotiations. That was your excuse.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna be Ferris, fucking elephants.
There's about 3,000 men-at-arms that look not terribly dissimilar to, say, Lannister-quality pikemen in arms and armor. And then about 3,000 more men-at-arms that are just heavy infantry. You see several hundred engineers and siegemen putting their siege weapons back together after traveling with them. You saw a couple hundred guards, lighter infantry kind of patrolling the camp. And there's... Hey, glancing over that way, you spot about 50 exotic, dark-skinned summer islanders with golden heart longbows, mingling with their 1,000 other archers.
Wow, that's a lot of archers.
Some with longbows, some with curved Essos bows, some with crossbows. About an even mix. But yeah, then about 50 summer islanders with golden heart bows.
Yeah, I think
So,
anyone who knows Adam is probably looking at his big wide-eyed face and know that he's going, I wonder if I could bring some of this home. I want the can elephants live in the Riverlands? How do I get archers like this? He's making calculations in his head of how to import this stuff.
It is an absolutely stark contrast to the murderous free sword camp across the field. These guys are an army, and they're a heckin' army. This is... You can think of a lot more noble houses that cannot match this than that can. This is not terribly smaller than the army that, the Lord of the Riverlands could call up.
I
Dorne
think you chose the
probably
wrong
has more.
side.
Westerlands probably has more. The North certainly has more. But this is just about the army of an 8th kingdom, if not more. So yeah, it's a big, big contrast. And you're unmolested on your way through. You get looks. But these aren't those suspicious, disgruntled, murderous looks. You get second looks, and people seem curious about you lot. Valyrian blood isn't terribly rare in Essos. You saw some Valyrian, blooded people over across the way, right? But you guys are clearly not the leaders of the mercenary companies across the field. You are clearly a bunch of highborn from a noble house. And yes, you get a couple, just you're getting second and third looks from people. What are they doing here? is, and they know what a maester looks like. They, they've probably kept that tradition going also to some extent, with their scribes and quartermasters dressing like maesters. And yeah, so it's you're getting different looks. The camp looks different. The people in the camp look different. These are standard Westerosi style pavilion tents. In neat and orderly rows, particularly where the knights and the squires are. If you change up the colors a bit, it feels like a tourney ground. And a lot of these guys are still wearing the colors or the, like a bastard would, modified or inverted colors of their noble house. So you do see the Golden Company stuff everywhere, but beneath that, or quartered with that on their shield, or stuff like that, like these guys are straight up Westerosi, think of themselves as still Westerosi, and it's eerie. It's like this is like a parade, field at a tourney again, and it's what is, yeah, so just a different vibe.
Raina is full on like riding her horse like the fucking queen.
Oris he ambles up a few steps next to Adam and goes, and then again, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad.
Sorry,
Gonna hide on here.
Again.
Okay. Yeah, Oris pulls up next to Adam and is like, well, I mean, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad.
Well, not with this lot, at least. Oh, look at the fucking I've never seen an elephant in my life before. This is amazing.
Me neither. He doesn't sound happy about it. Oris doesn't like things that are bigger than him. He doesn't trust them.
I saddle up next to Raina and say, those bandits don't stand any chance at all, me or no me, around this. I would do everything we can to not be involved with the battle that happens. The best we could hope for would be to somehow negotiate some sort of way to even our odds. And I don't know how we could convince them to help us out in that manner.
The biggest advantage that you would call from your side is you do have more cavalry. They're not all knight equivalents, but you do have almost 1,000 more cavalry than they do. And probably your guys have had to fight against elephants before. So even if you don't know how to do it, they have. So right. You've got kind of a boxer's chance, is the vibe you've got. Like, if you could do some bullshit with your cavalry to put a lot of force at the right place in their battle line all at once, cavalry-ish stuff, like,
here's the thing is, I don't feel right gambling with all those lives back there for a cause that we don't care about.
Yeah,
right?
That's entirely fair.
I'm not willing right now to put them on the battlefield against this sort of an army just to look like we're actually fighting. When I'm not interested in actually fighting the Golden Company. And I really don't care who holds this land. But, and neither does the Golden Company, but they actually have a contract with the people who do. And as Jorah has told us, they have never broken a contract. And I'm not going to ask him to break one. So we have to come to terms.
Well, let's hope.
Sorry,
let's hope. Let's hope that Jon's willing to talk then.
Well, and with that, you guys pull up at his tent. There is no mistaking when you are at the Captain General's tent. The entirety of it is made of cloth of gold.
Wow.
Topped with gilded skulls. And as you're dismounting, Jorah says, "Every Captain General since Bittersteel, every one, that's them." And he nods to their skulls.
Oh,
That's metal as fuck.
And he sounds kind of grudgingly respectful as he tells you this particular small story. Again, this is just the shit that Jorah Mormont does all through the show, right? He's just a big bear exposition machine. But he says, yeah, on his deathbed, Bittersteel ordered them to boil the flesh from his skull, dip it in gold, and carry it with them back across the narrow sea, so he'd be with them when they retook Westeros. And every general since has followed his cue.
That means a lot because you can't
They want
have
him.
your leader go missing in battle or by some other
Yeah.
scheme. Like, that's just as impressive as the not breaking a contract.
right?
And folk call Mormont stubborn. He says with a bit of a wry smile. And just then, in the opening of the tent in front of you, this huge cloth of gold pavilion tent, this is absolutely Red Ronnet Connington's blood, right? Like, there's no mistake. You're like, yeah, no, that is Red Ronnet Connington in like 25 years. Like, you don't have to go, is that him? Like, like no, that's like, he could be his dad instead. I'm not spinning some conspiracy theory for the fucking Reddit. Calm down. I'm just pointing out they look very alike. So there is no mistaking him.
Red
Uh,
Ronet's dad confirmed.
Well, I mean, I imagine if you'd married Ronnet Connington, you'd things might be a bit different.
Yeah,
He
it'd
looks
be
to
an
be-
interesting meeting.
Yeah.
He looks to be near 40. He has a bit of coppery stubble and otherwise fairly neatly cut hair. He does look as weather beaten as the mercenaries across the field. That's like the one thing these guys all have in common, right? It's like they always all sleep on the ground. They're always all at camp. They're always all traveling and on campaign. So everyone does have this weathered look to them, but it just makes him look coppery from head to toe. He's just got, this permanently red burnt skin that was once likely dotted with freckles, and his, red hair of a Connington, and it just adds to the look, basically, being as weathered as he is. There's a touch of gray at the temples, but that's about it. He's absolutely still in fighting shape. He's wearing armor. He might have put it on just to meet you. He might just stay armored and ready to fight the whole time. But yeah, this is a guy that you could absolutely believe was a friend to a prince and the hand of a king. He has that feel even here in this camp.
He's my father's friend.
But then he sees you lot and gapes.
Well,
And you realize he's looking at Oris, who is above and behind the rest of you. And he stops, and for a second, it's a guy thinking about ordering a death.
right? Because he looks so much like Robert.
And then he just stops, and he sighs and shakes his head and says, "Come on in, you lot, whoever the fuck you are." And he turns and leads into the cool comfort of his tent, where you are offered bread and salt, and not just wine.
Take the bread and salt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And he is staring at you lot as you do it.
Well, Raina takes her time unwrapping.
And his eyes are just boring into you guys, and he is not pretending otherwise. And he keeps kind of looking at Oris and shaking his head, and like sighing, and then just looking at the lot of you, and he says, "Well, Captain Generals, let's hear it." Quick, while you're figuring out exactly what to say, the inside of the tent is also absolute Westerosi lord on campaign. There's a Sivas table over there. It's, like just everything about it. Like this is, yeah, like this is what you expect. It's not like, and there are no slaves in this camp. You haven't seen a one. So it's just the interior of the tent. Also, I just wanted to mention is, there's a big field desk for the campaign commander with maps and stuff. There is also I don't want to call it a banner or I guess a tapestry that is a map of Westeros that's hanging like behind his desk, so that it's what he's sitting near as he works or plays Sivas with his underlings or whatever. So yeah, it's Westeros. The inside of this tent is Westeros again.
Raina is like, she looks up and I am Rhaenys Targaryen.
He squints.
And these are the people I was raised as siblings with. As a Nymeria.
Jothos. He raises his hand and says, "Jothos."
Jothos is
Jothos Velaryon's the guy who wrote the books that Adam's been decoding with Ferris.
Right.
He's the one who mentioned JC
right.
in those books that told us we needed to come find. Yeah, sorry.
He just says Jothos as a question, like,
Yeah.
Jothos.
what can you tell me about Jothos?
Okay.
His look is, if you are who you say you are, you can tell me why that word matters.
Yeah.
If you're some Lysini pleasure whore that happens to look Targaryen enough and you're here to murder me, you won't know what that word means. Right? So he cuts you off and just says, Jothos, and looks at
Jothos,
you,
my uncle.
staring.
He is gone, but we found his journals. And we're
All of them?
Nope.
All but one.
All but the one.
Which?
The year was 8/21.
It was
281.
281.
281.
Raina's like, I was paying attention in history class.
Hey, look, transposition is the least of my problems when it comes to math.
Yeah, like if if permitted, like Adam would I guess repeat the bit that was decoded that mentioned JC to demonstrate
Sure.
that
And the year of it.
Yeah.
And he looks, and he's starting to believe, and his eyes slide sideways over to Oris. Who is that?
This is Oris the Aurochs, bastard son of Robert Baratheon, and my sworn brother.
Why is he here?
He's one of the Captain Generals. Or is it
Why
Captain?
Why is he your sworn brother? How?
I look at him, I'm like, because that's how we were raised.
He was raised by Wooly Will, though you know him by a different name, don't you?
Describe him.
I look at Oris. I reach out and I touch his arm, actually.
Oris is, huh? Oh, before, he was this tall, and he's still sitting, right? Like you guys have all been seated, but he still measures based on himself. He's like, it's
Yeah.
this tall, shoulders like his, and he nods to Jorah Mormont. Says, hair like yours, but he grew it out for nigh 20 years. He was master at arms once, in a keep as red as your hair. And to that, Jon Connington just marvels for a moment. He's just like, you are who they say you are. Giving Oris a look. But if they don't want to murder you, I suppose I don't. And I do only have the 24 elephants. There's no mistaking that claim. And I've no reason to doubt that Robert has sired bastards aplenty. And I think that means, and he looks and turns to, looking at Reyna, that you are who you say you are also. And he isn't giving you a suspicious look or an eyes boring into you stare trying to read the truth. His eyes are watering.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And he says, you have his look. You have his look.
I hope there's some of my mother, but thank you.
Seven hells. What are you doing here?
Oh shit! I think we're supposed to ask you to surrender.
Who was it that, ruse aside, how did you come to be here?
A certain ally in Pentos with nigh bottomless pockets, apparently.
Apparently, challenging you with an opposing army was the only way he could think of it to get us closer to you. Though I think he just liked the theatrics.
I'm rather inclined to agree, but never mind.
I almost think we could have ridden in here under our own banner,
Mm-hmm.
but
If you had made it past their camp, well, if our pickets believed you.
exactly.
Why are you here? Are you joining us?
Sir John, no, I'm hoping that you will join us. Robert Baratheon is dead.
He, drops his drink, right? Like, whatever was in his hand for that moment, he just drops it. What?
And apparently, the little cunt on the throne isn't his.
Robert Baratheon is dead in his own halls after being told of treachery of his wife and realizing that none of his children were his children.
Who or
Instead
what the
belonged
fuck
to
killed him?
Pardon?
Sir Jamie
the King,
He says, who or what the fuck killed him?
the
He was
Kingslayer, of course. Sorry, go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
I was about to say he was slain by Sir Jamie Lannister, but there was too many voices.
Yeah, I follow what you say with the Kingslayer, of course.
At Stony Sept, he beat me in his night clothes.
He was
And-
not the man he used to be.
Hmm.
Suppose Jaime Lannister is the man he always was. But
He
still.
was.
And he still say he sounds like that's one of the few answers you could have given he might have believed, right? But he's still just like, what? Right? Like it's still because remember, as a note, when he says at Stony Sept, Robert beat me in his night clothes, that's personally This is a guy that fought Robert Baratheon,
Like on
no
the field
holds
of battle.
barred, tried to kill him. Robert Baratheon came running out of a whorehouse because it was called the Battle of the Bells because they were ringing bells to warn them that Connington's army was ambushing them at rest. And this guy fought a drunk and or hungover Robert Baratheon, fresh from betwixt a maid's thighs, and Robert Baratheon beat him harder than anyone has beat him in his life. So he's just like, I don't know. Have you seen the body? Because I'm good, and he, like
Yeah.
he that beating clearly stuck with him. Is the vibe, right? So he's just like,
Jaime Lannister died shortly thereafter, but so did Sir Barristan Selmy, defending his queen.
and Lord John Arryn and the Queen.
Yeah.
So now,
uh,
so now Joffrey sits the throne surrounded by sycophants.
right. A moment, if you please. He stands, and he walks to the mouth of his tent, and he talks to one of the guards out front, who starts loud enough you hear his plate mail rattle. And soon you hear a roar spreading through the camp. The usurper is dead. Baratheon has died, and that sort of thing. So there is a ragged
Boy,
cheer.
I think there's morale boosts. I'm sure we don't have to fight them.
A ragged cheer starts and spreads through the camp. And then he comes back in. Says, but also Sir Barristan.
Yes.
Yes.
A good day, but a sad one then. He was a hero.
He was a fine knight and a good man.
So, chaos in Westeros then. The king
Oh,
is
I see.
dead. A recognized bastard sits the throne? How is it he sits the throne if he's not?
He is. It's my understanding that he's not been acknowledged to be such, and I think it is in his supporters' interests that information not be widely known.
All those who accuse him have either fled the capital at this point or are dead.
And you have undisputably Robert's seed with you, and you. And he looks at me.
And I intend to take back the throne and return it to a Targaryen.
Targaryen and Baratheon were kin once. There's no reason they can't be in the future.
We are kin now. And he does not want the throne. That was never a threat on the table.
Good.
Good horse.
You must forgive me. This has been a lot.
It was a lot when it happened, honestly.
I should have asked this first, but I trust you'll understand why I didn't. My nephew, Ronnet Connington. Have you cause to know him?
We have met him. He was a potential suitor for my sister. Baela, Lady Baela.
Yeah, indeed.
He lifts an eyebrow. Potential suitor?
I chose to go with another man, Sir Balin Swan, instead.
Another
Swan.
Stormlander.
Swan's a good house. How fares Ronnet? Out of character, just a quick note. that he may or may not have. He does have a bastard son. Red Ronnet does. So, like, you can give him a little bit of small talky news if you wanted to, or you could not.
Does he have a wife?
No.
Nope.
He was betrothed to Brienne of Tarth once,
Oh yeah,
and then he broke that.
by being a jerk.
That
That
was
fool.
rude.
That fool.
Wow.
Yeah.
But so you give him some pleasant small talk about seeing him at tourneys and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Okay.
He's a good knight. I mean, he does well for himself.
Good. What exactly is it you are here for?
I looked at him.
If all you wanted was a contract for the Golden Company, there are easier and cheaper and safer ways to reach us.
I don't want a contract. I want to bring you home.
And if you would allow it, I would very much like to see the missing book.
What do you think is in it?
The key to the dragon's heart.
The location of the Hoard.
And after all these years, you don't know it. It worked?
We have apparently
It worked.
so. We largely came here because you're the person who has that book. We've decoded most of the others, but it was very clear that that one was crucial and the key to everything else.
My grandmother-in-law sent us to you. Her and Varys.
He lifts an eyebrow. Grandmother-in-law, because
Her grandmother-in-law, Lady Olenna.
Lady Olenna of Highgarden.
I'm glad she's not dead. But it worked then. If you are alive and here, and you know about the journals,
It did.
and no one else has uncovered it,
It
worked. Jothos's plan worked. Where is he?
Jothos is gone.
Do we know like where he died or where he's buried, or did he just
He died at Sunspray of cancer or something. Or
Right, okay.
Cane
was
field.
it? They call it Sunspray, right? That's the little house that they
Seaspray.
had. Seaspray. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, he
like
died in that house.
Yeah, like how long ago now?
It was about 2 years back.
Yeah, he passed about 2 years ago. In a house in the House Jourdain lands.
I buried him.
Oh.
Yeah, he did.
It's good and deep. Spot out back. We had a septon, say words and such. We took care of him.
Sir Will too has been buried in the same plot.
They were good men.
He lifts a glass. To good men.
To good men.
But
It
And
is
then he
good that
puts it.
their good work is done.
while your plan and hold may not be known to the enemies, they know something. Blue Will's death was not an accident, and our own home was attacked not but a few weeks ago.
Littlefinger. That face that she makes is just. Ugh.
Then our agents working against us is what I mean to say.
Well then. We need to get you to the Hoard. And my
then-
company to Westeros.
I mean, if you do not wish to part with the book altogether, I would settle for just the opportunity to read it.
No, it's yours. It's yours, not mine. I've just carried it for you.
Thank you for doing so.
The Hoard, is it far?
I could not sail there again. It is on the Stepstones, or some island near enough them to not matter. I am not a sailing man. I wrote down the numbers as Jothos, or as Jothos's, I guess, captain. I don't know.
Mm,
A ship captain hired by Jothos Velaryon is what he's trying to say, right?
yeah.
As
Oh,
Jothos's sailing man gave them to me, we
that,
had those numbers written down.
that is
But
quite all right. We have sailing men of our own.
uh, but yeah, Jon Connington's the one that actually put the Hoard where it is. It's just that he's not a sailing dude, so
Yeah.
that's why they picked him. Is like he can't go back there and steal it. He doesn't, but he goes, but yes, the Stepstones.
Hmm.
Okay, Rusty,
And now that you
remind
mention
me.
it, it makes sense.
Uh,
Small chain of rocky islands between the narrow sea and the summer sea.
just
And few people have cause to go poking around in them.
pirates, smugglers. But yeah, it's not far from the disputed lands at all. Uh, as a quick note, I'm just gonna spoil
It's like right
the.
there.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is in fact right there. Um, as a quick note, I'm gonna spoil book one of the journals. It starts with him in the Stepstones during the War of Ninepenny Kings, fighting against the Golden Company in the Stepstones, and then it goes full circle because then you guys have the Golden Company sending you to the Stepstones where it all started. It's just that you read the
Oh,
journals
oh
backwards.
I'm
So,
sorry I didn't decode the books
uh,
fast enough.
it's
Really.
it was just I thought I came up with like a cool little dragon chasing its tail thing,
Oh,
Yeah.
but
right. So I guess me going backwards kind of ruined that. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
all good. I just wanted to make sure everybody saw that it was there. That I tried.
I think the narrative's ruined now.
He says,
What, what?
"Well, you'll need ships. The wealth will not fit in one, and we'll need ships to get the company across the sea. But you'll need the Hoard
To pay for ships.
to get the Hoard.
Right.
So you needs must find it first. I can make the company ready to travel, but..." And here he sounds resigned but certain. "Not until this contract is up.
Understood. I would not ask you.
So even for this, we we will not have made it this far in Essos and kept our honor to break it now."
That is understood. What exactly are the terms of this contract?
We are to establish a more generous border for the tradesmen of Mir, pushing as far south as is possible. The contract does not specify how.
Mm,
It might be possible that we may be able to fulfill the letter of the contract while not necessarily doing so by traditional means.
There must be some contest or challenge. The Golden Company will not refuse to seek ground, and those mercenary units that you lead cannot give ground without contest. Reputations and livelihoods depend upon effort.
Certainly. Though it sounds then that it need not be a full-scale battle.
Can a contest of champions that was spoken of before?
It could.
so who do you have in mind?
The tradition is to bid, if you will, must try and make a fight something worth fighting instead of a slaughter.
We
We'll-
definitely want to avoid slaughter.
we dicker like merchants until leaving half our armies behind, and then fighting with what's left, or more than half.
Oh, this feels like BattleTech. Jesus.
But it is how we stay in business, Highness. I know you didn't make the BattleTech comment in character, but I pictured you rolling your eyes. So, or something. But you said it's how we.
Oh, this is like sci-fi.
It is a business, not a feud between free companies.
Right.
Champions could do it, and here he kind of gives a sidelong look to Oris. But I think I would best refuse that offer, so it would not be a matter of one-on-one.
We've already done one trial by 7, and we do not want to do another one.
The locals wouldn't appreciate the
Well,
importance of the
there are
number.
5 of these mercenary companies. I suppose each one might need to have a representative. Could it be a 5-on-5?
Like a very small melee.
And he sits upright, and he looks to Maester Ferris.
Get your eyes off him. Sorry.
And he glances there. He says, "Are the rest of you lettered also, or just?" And he gives Adam and Ferris a look.
Oh no, we're all lettered.
All of us, but Sorry,
Oris
yeah.
is starting to be lettered.
yes, he's learning.
The Archon in Hells 197, I think it was. There was a fight, and he's looking excitedly and starting to dig through his desk. It was Taroshi and Lysini conflict. Both camps got ill, foul water, bad cooks. Instead of wading through rivers of shit to kill each other, and he gets on his feet, and he goes over to like the rack of scrolls, like they do like the X racks,
Yeah.
where they have little diamonds and they got scrolls in them, and he waves Ferris over, and he's like, start on that end, 197. And just looking and looking and looking. It was,
Dude, like he's mine to command. How dare you? I tell him what to do.
and
Just commandeering my maester.
rather than wade through rivers of shit, they agreed to a trial by champions. And then the champions couldn't fight. Both of them vomited, shat themselves. It was. I'm glad it was 100 years ago. Can't imagine the stink of that camp. But in the end, the captain's general, and then Ferris goes, 197, Lysini Taroshi, and Connington takes it, and he opens it up, and he slams it on his desk, like dramatically. Right? Like he does not stop and read it. He just goes, yes, this one, thump. And he goes, Sivas. They played Sivas. Here, look. Then he turns it so that it's legible. He goes, they modified their Sivas pieces to a facsimile of the armies present, and they played Sivas.
Fascinating.
Now,
That's
this was a small skirmish, only a few hundred men on each side. But it happened. It happened, and they were not shamed for it. Laughed at, perhaps, for the rivers of piss and hills of shit, but they were not shamed.
Right.
So,
Right.
and he gives a matter-of-fact nod and looks over at his Sivas board.
So
Yeah, I mean, Adam is looking to it as well, like, I'm shit hot.
famous of us.
Like, I'm okay with this as long as you think that the people we're representing will.
Well, they have to. We're in charge of them for today.
Oh, if we win, they can't really complain.
Well, yes. But if we lose, you think that whatever.
Oh, it's really up to, yeah, it's up to them, I guess.
Let us set terms then before you choose your champion.
All right.
I will stand for the Golden Company. He says with supreme confidence. Let us say. Let this count as a battle, and let there be no further battles for 3 months. That will give them time to find replacements, and here he clearly means his employers. And our contract will be over before then. But let us promise peace for 3 months, which gives the other units plenty of time to change sides until there's someone to fight again if they want to. And here, he flips and he looks and he flips and he looks, and he pulls up a map that you guess is the local area. Like, sure, maybe. He pulls up a map and he says, here is where we are. And let's say, should the Golden Company prevail, we move the border to Tinker's Creek. And should the Company of the Cat defeat our champion, then the Three Towers here to the north. And he just lays out some stuff that looks about even. It's shit that does not mean a damn thing to you, but it looks like, and this is something that Bela, you can recognize with your, war type skills, is you're like, yeah, I could see after a good battle, you could certainly go that far before your enemy would have a chance to gather themselves again and fight.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, it looks like it's actually a pretty fair thing of, yeah, if you break an enemy and they recover at best case speed, you could still probably chase them to about here.
Right.
On both sides. So
it makes sense.
It looks fairly fair.
Yeah. So, yeah, I say that this seems an objective possibility for winning or losing the battle that we were sitting in front of outside this tent.
Right.
If it were actually to be fought, I could promise we would chase those of them that didn't scatter at least to Yellowstone. But Tinker's Creek is fair. Tinker's Creek is giving my peers the benefit of the doubt. Yellowstone on a bad day. But yes, fine. So, it's agreed then. And then he looks at the lot of you.
It's agreed.
Who's going to play? There's a couple ways we can do it. I would assume a cunning role could work, and certainly also a warfare role. I am willing to entertain other thoughts if people have them for another appropriate skill, or what specialties they think would apply. We could combine cunning and specialties from warfare, or but who wants to do it, and what do you want to roll?
I mean, Adam is a sci-fi enthusiast and does play it a lot, but I never put points into stuff with that in mind, so I don't know if my cunning warfare is going to be the highest in the group, but in terms of interest in doing it and belief in being good enough, then Adam's very up for it. But we'll also defer to Reyna and anyone else who has a better case.
My assumption here is that you lot have played Savas against each other enough that you know who's good at it and who isn't, right? So, like I said, off the top of my head, I think handling this fairly simply would be cunning logic or warfare,
With
either
strategy.
tactics or strategy, probably strategy. But I would allow you to crisscross those and do like warfare logic, cunning strategy, right? Or whatever. So
Yeah.
what
So
totals would we be looking at for you guys with your best take on that?
so Adam has logic. So he'd be rolling 4 dice, keeping 3 as a baseline.
That's mine too.
I'm gonna check my benefits to see if I've got anything that helps, but that's what I'm at base.
Okay.
Well, I would roll 6, keep 4 with
Yeah.
warfare
Because of the
strategy.
Warfare, badassery. Right? And you have tactics?
I have strategy with
You have
2
strategy.
bonus.
Yeah, so 6,
'Cause
4.
I have command for my specialty, and it's just not. I'm not actually dealing
Yeah,
with
I've
real
got-
people, so it doesn't.
I've
you know.
got 3 dice at most, so.
So sounds then like Bela is going to be the best shot here, which
Yeah.
could be, and again, you guys have played against each other, but it might be that this is Bela playing war against war instead of normal Savos. Though, it might just be that this feels like Bala'd probably do better. I like to play an intellectual gentleman's version of Savos, where we're playing Savos instead of pretending it's war.
Right.
But in these circumstances, you
Mm.
can balm your ego with like it's just because they were using that edition of the game. Otherwise, I would have beat them.
Yeah, I think that probably does actually kind of work for it, because like Adam definitely plays it as a sort of intellectual thing that you do where while you're drinking and having a deep conversation with someone. It's a social thing. It's not warfare for him.
They'd probably do you play with all the good Bravosian
It's like-
alternative rules.
Yeah.
And like now I'm picturing Bela instead, like doing little sounds and stuff when she plays. Like me when I play X-Wing. I'm like, "Rah!" And then she's like, "Rah, here comes the cavalry." And like and she starts like stomping her feet and stuff.
Hey, do we need to roll to see whose army's painted the best?
And then somebody else is like, "Where the fuck did Bela get that horn? Shit! God, my ears!" Like
That would be the craft skill, Robert.
So,
That's
you guys
adorable.
modify your armies with beforehand, and this is going to be someone besides Bela.
Okay.
He says, let's make it sporting and let each company be represented. Let's agree on pieces, shall we? And here, we're going to go with persuasion, probably. I'm going to say persuasion with either logic or strategy, if you want to use those for this, or you could try and actually be just persuasive and go with a charm
Convince.
or convince. I'd say I'd say Reyna can use charm. Everybody else would have to use convince.
It's
I
yeah. I've got 1 bonus in all of those, so they're all functionally the same for me. So that's
Yeah.
5 keep 4 for me.
It would be 6 keep 4 for me.
Rolling what?
Charm persuasion.
Charm persuade. Okay, and what would you be rolling?
And I would have a bonus, I think, because of my blood of Valyria. I can't remember.
Yeah. Oh yeah, actually, no, I'm just realising that as well. I've got that as well, so I would have +2. I've also got attractive, which would mean I could re-roll ones. I could re-roll up to 2 ones.
Yeah. So it sounds like it's coming down to mostly you two. Who's doing it? I guess it kind of comes up to Reyna. Make the
Yeah,
call.
I guess it goes by rank. So like Adam's not gonna like muscle in on Reyna when she needs to look, powerful.
No. This is.
So it's kind of 1 extra kept die versus re-rolling ones. Sounds like the mechanical difference. Which sounds better?
Rerolling 1. Oh.
It's totally okay if you want to do it. It's fine. I'm not going
They
to be
both
infected.
sound good. Well, let's be real. In reality, I'd be making this decision with Adam's input. So,
Okay. So you want me to roll it?
yes.
And there's a 1 for me to re-roll. Thanks, guys. It didn't really do any better. Right, so I'm keeping these. Sorry, just let me count. So that's 10, 16. That is 18 total.
God damn it. Okay.
Sorry,
he also got an 18.
Oh.
Every time I roll against Ash, we get the same number 5 times in a row. So we are going to say that neither side changes realistically how the armies are. So he's going to keep 1 bonus die over Bela just to reflect having a larger and more diverse army. So you're able to like argue back with, well, we have more cavalry, so we shouldn't have a disadvantage and blah, 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 but realistically, also like he's able to keep a couple elephant pieces and you guys aren't. And so he is going to have a bonus die on you, Bela, for having the larger, better army.
Oh, for having the fucking Golden Company. I mean,
That's the
I'm
only
sorry.
bonus. Great job, Adam.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you're not losing to him is a good job. Like
exactly.
that could have been worse.
Well, I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
no,
like,
I feel bad that I didn't win. I'm sorry.
oh, I just feel
Yeah.
like real life, the advantage is
Yeah.
more than a single boost die.
I
bonus
know.
die.
I'm still just like, I was like, I had one job.
All right, so Bela, you are rolling. Was it warfare strategy?
Yes.
Right. Okay, that's what he is also rolling. So let's
Military
add that
minds.
bonus die. Let's see how it goes. Clatter,
Okay.
clatter. Come on.
Nice.
There
I
we go.
haven't ordered supper. I need to order
Great
supper.
or terrible.
All right, what are we looking at?
I have 17.
All right. He got a 25.
Holy shit.
Wow, that's
Oh,
that's
no.
more than I could have
He's-
kept.
He's got a warfare of 5, and he spent a destiny point.
Oh,
He wants to impress you guys, and legitimately wants to do his job because the Golden Company has never broken a contract.
Get him.
Make him run out of destiny points, and then you've got him.
So let's say that's the kind of engagement phase of setting up the board and opening moves. He
Okay.
has the advantage. He's up. I'm sorry. What was your total? 17.
17.
So
Okay,
it's 8.
so
Be
that's
one
just 1
degree.
degree of one extra degree of success. So he is up by 2, is what we're going to call it. So
2
here
points.
comes engagement, and then we're going to do like resolution, right? So kind of opening, engagement, and resolution, and we'll see how things look. Oh Lord! I mean, nothing. Poker face.
I don't know if that's bad or good yet.
I don't know either. You never can tell with
It
them.
could go either way.
All
I have
right,
a-
what are we looking at in the engagement phases?
I have a 22. We did better.
Nice.
Yay!
He also got a 22.
Oh, yay.
Okay.
If you have any destiny to spend, that might if you've
I don't know.
if you
Will it help
if
you?
you were if you were dropping
So-
something good.
I have destiny points, but at the same time, like, what's the point in using it? Like, do we care? Like, do we
Is it
care
your
to use
pride?
it here?
I guess.
Oh,
I mean,
gosh.
it depends on
Pride.
how much you want to impress him.
Pride.
All right, destiny point
Oh, wait.
used.
Or-
I'm up to 26.
Just like just a thought of like, does it impact Magister Illyrio if we lose?
Depends. Like it just
That's
depends on
that's
how
one
much you lose
consideration.
by
It's
and
like
how you lose. Yeah, so
how
uh,
bad is it going to be for? Because we don't want to like upset the guy who has like put a lot
all
of
Put
right.
effort.
everything on the line.
So sitting across the table from the war captain hand of the king, Aerys Targaryen, and the uh, commander of the Golden Company in the decades since, you come back a bit and you are able to flank his cavalry with your pikemen in a canny pincer maneuver that he didn't expect. And now he is up by 1 degree of success as the last of the battle unfolds. And you guys send in reserves.
Here we go. All the marbles. Well, I almost had a Yahtzee here.
All right, what are we looking at?
I'm sitting on a 20, an even 20.
He has a 28.
Oh,
Ooh.
well, dang.
Oh well.
So it sounds like he is able to come back, like, unless you're looking at multiple destiny point shenaniganry. It's
I
gonna be,
no, well,
and
I
if you
have
rolled a, and if you rolled a Yahtzee, you probably don't have great dice to keep. So,
Yeah, it's probably not worth it anyway.
Okay.
so all right.
All right, so I'm
Uh,
gonna try to explain where I was now. So I have 4 5s that makes 20, and then I have a 4 and a 3. I have 1 destiny point available, so I could take 4 to make 24. But the 3 would then,
He'd
if I
still
could get
be-
another one, I'd
yeah,
still be
he'd still-
short.
Yeah,
you'd still
keep the
win.
destiny point for sure.
As a quick note, you were doing strategy or tactics?
Strategy.
Okay, because I remember with tactics you got to reroll ones, but it sounds like we're good. So yeah, he is able to eventually defeat you, thanks to having siege weapons, and
Elephants.
and the elephants got neutralized by her pikemen. Jeez,
Oh.
Raina, it's like you're not even listening. Lives are at stake. But yeah, her elephants got taken out, but he's got more heavy cavalry than you. And with your dedicated pikemen taking out the elephants, there's not much the rest of your infantry can do against a Westerosi night charge. So he's able to turn that flank, and eventually he wins. But he does shake your hand afterwards. I was a little worried there, but good. Tinker's Creek it is, and you certainly led no worse than the company of the cat would have.
I wouldn't say this in front
Especially-
of them, but I suppose this battle went better on this table than it might have outside this tent.
Had Bloodbeard insisted on playing, would have been far less of a contest. The Tattered Prince, I think, may have matched you. Regan would have been trouble. But the rest of them, no. You did not shame your employers.
Great. We will speak of this battle of sorts to come, I'm sure. Maybe a rematch sometime in the future.
And so, with that, he also presents as your prize, even though it's not, like he was already going to give it to you, he pulls out a lockbox. And he opens it with 2 different keys, and very carefully. Like, they don't just put in the keys and turn. It's like, this key goes in, turn, this key goes in, turn this key back.
Ooh.
Disabling traps type of bullshit, right? And pulls out the book. It is the last journal that matches the color scheme of the early ones, right? How, like, up until the war, They were all this very fine matching set of books. It's the last of those. And yeah, so you immediately recognize it. And yeah, and he puts it down. He goes, "It's on there. It's, I swear, 7 take me. I couldn't tell you which island otherwise, but it's there. Uh,
Thank you.
that just leaves the traps." Are our closing words for this episode.
That's just
Oh,
So you guys are a big fat step closer to the dragon's hoard, and you just got, once you get the hoard and can pay people, because you just still need to pay them something, even if they're not trying to turn a profit. You got to feed an army and stuff.
Yeah.
And if you get the money for it, you've got the Golden Company on your side. If you've got the money and want it, you can hire some more of those guys. I know that I did not make all of them look super cool. That's because they're not all super cool. But there's the potential there. If any of those commanders or companies appealed to you and you want to really bolster your forces, you can. You don't have to make that decision right now. You don't have to make that decision in character before you leave. When the time comes, you can choose to hire people. We'll talk about it later. But you have established contact, at least, with these storied mercenary companies. You got the book. You will be able to navigate to the Dragon's Hoard and go see what's going on in the Stepstones, which are a hotbed of piracy, murder, smugglers. They have been warred over for a long time. So all you've got to do now is go there and find a thing and get past traps and then leave alive and
It
then
should be easy.
start a war.
yay!
Yay!
Violence! Violence!
So, congratulations on your progress. I think this timed out far better than I hoped. I had no idea how this session was going to go.
He
There were
didn't.
lots of ways it could have ended up. Trial by combat was one of them, but you guys were likable and polite enough, and especially about Oris. Otherwise, he was gonna look for a trial by combat as an excuse to kill Oris, just
Shit.
because he has Baratheon PTSD and hates, you know, yeah.
That would've been
Oris's
bad.
dad killed his unrequited love, and Oris's dad is out of his reach now.
Yeah.
So he was probably gonna try and get Oris killed. That was his secondary goal, but you guys were good enough about Oris that he realized he would be losing you if he did that. So
I was
that
very,
kinda-
it was very strongly worded right up front.
yeah, you
on
yeah.
purpose.
So that kind of nipped that champions thing away, and that was the only one that was going to be to the death. So with that removing the tension from a trial by champions, I was like, let's just not do a 5-on-5 slog fight with no stakes, because he's not actually going to try and kill or wound anybody. So I was like, yeah, let's have him do this one instead. But it could have been war. Like, it could have straight up been a battle. It could have been champion fights 5-on-5. I didn't want to do a 1-on-1 because I want PCs more involved. But
Yeah.
and it could have been the Sivas match. And you guys know from this game, that's 3 very different amounts of time that it takes. So this is kind of the good ending, right? So yeah, this worked out. Your adventure in Essos is over, and we're just gonna kick off with you guys on your way to the Stepstones next session. That way you don't have to make other decisions and worry about logistics and role playing with the mercs and whatnot. We'll just
Yeah.
they are fine with this. We'll handle that in our summary. In 2 weeks' time, you will get the official in-character responses from those guys in a flashback while you are on your way to the Stepstones. So, thank you for joining us, everybody. Players, thank you also for accidentally choosing the like smoothest option. This is kind of the good one, right? Less loss of life and limb and all the rest. And
I mean,
yeah, it was good
here's the
stuff.
thing. It could have gone different ways, right? I mean, and it all came down to how Raina was thinking about these people. Because at first they weren't really people. Right?
Wow.
Most of them still aren't.
But it just doesn't, like when we were coming in and when we were talking about it. I mean, it's just not. It's not right to put lives that. I mean, I don't feel right doing it when I don't give a shit about the outcome.
It's shitty to just go, I don't know, charge or whatever, right? And like just leave them to die, right? So
Yeah.
like, yeah, you know.
But it would have been perfect Targaryen to be like, whatever.
So well done, everybody. Chat, thank you for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And especially thank you for the storm of gift subs, Eccentric. I think you're still here. I know I saw Qatar leave earlier, but Eccentric I think is still in. But thank you for that, and I hope everybody has a good time. And I hope to see everybody back here in 2 weeks when we pick up at the Stepstones on our way to the Dragon's Hoard and some traps, apparently. See you in a couple weeks, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.